Unless you think the jury is stupid or something.
You told the jury a half-truth. You didn't indicate the second half of that statement, which the entire scientific community agrees with, Dr. Di Maio, which is gunshot residue will not tell you who fired a weapon, correct?
Right, sir.
And I'm going to try this for about the 5th time now. In your mind, in your expert opinion, Dr. Di Maio, is there proof that he wet his hands on the night of Lana Clarkson's death after she was killed? Do you know what I mean by control group?
I know what you mean, but I don't know if you know what you mean by control group. Control group means...
Said I've read the emails, but you're cherry-picking the emails.
Wait, was I cherry-picking the emails, doctor? Or were you cherry-picking the emails when you didn't tell this jury yesterday in direct examination that you reviewed emails where she was happy and positive and had a bright outlook? Were you cherry-picking those?
No, sir.
And of course, Lana Clarkson was in that age group.
Again,
correct?
you're interrupting.
First of all, let me make that determination. Which I have.
You didn't say, and it's also consistent with Miss Clarkson not firing the gun, did you?
No.
Is there any reason you left that out of your testimony, Dr. Di Maio?
Because that's how you testify, consistent with. I mean, it's just, never mind.
This is part of the objective scientific evidence that you told us about, correct?
Well, you had scientific witnesses testifying here when I was present who were not objective, who said things that were absolutely nonsense and did not meet scientific criteria. I know that, but what you're saying is your people. No, I'm not. I'm saying.
Sir.
Okay.
Sir.
How much have you gotten paid by Mr. Spector so far?
I'd say so far I've charged $26,400.
Is that including today?
No, sir. The longer you talk, the more you're running up the bill.
Right?
You'd have to throw out every single case of rape prosecution in this community if you said, let's throw away probability.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've addressed statistics, let's move on to your report.
Well, let's find the phrase and let's say.
No. I'm not asking you to do some research up on the stand, Dr. Di Maio. I'm asking a simple question.
No, sir, you're manipulating what I said.
Actually, doctor, I'm just repeating what you said, and I'm asking you about it.
No, sir, you're manipulating what I said.
So in your expert medical opinion as a forensic pathologist, her career was all but ending because she was 40 and basically over the hill and washed up, correct?
This is history.
You indicated that she could have just frozen the action and made the revolver incapable of firing. Isn't that what you said?
Sure, if you want to get it, I'll show you how to do it. It's really simple. I've done it.
You're aware that you've done it in terms of having a madman shoving a gun in your face and you just snatched and froze the revolver?
Yeah.
The objection sustained.
Yeah, I did. All I did was I just grabbed the gun and twisted it. They let go, so I didn't break the finger. Actually, the next thing you do, if you want to show it, is you can butt it right in the face. Yeah, I've done it. In fact, I've done it on 2 occasions. I've taken guns away from people.
Question to you is, since I get to ask the questions and you get to answer them, would you, in fact, shade your testimony to benefit one side versus the other?
No, sir. But
that would be inappropriate, correct?
No, sir. But in relation to a previous question, you said you get to ask the questions, and so the other side got the questions, and that's why I answer with what I'm asked. So that proves the point I made before. Everything else is speculation. The objective scientific evidence, it was in her hands.
Very good, doctor. Thank you very much. Nothing further here.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Di Maio, the absolute hallmark of any experienced and credible expert is objectivity, neutrality, independence, correct?
Yes, sir.
You agree with that proposition?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, if an expert were to testify and didn't have a level of neutrality, a level of objectivity, a level of independence, that expert's credibility would come into question, would it not?
Yes, sir.
And of course, you have indicated several times that you want to, I think the words you used yesterday when you were at the end of your testimony, when you were almost whispering to this jury and you turned to them and you looked and you said, we have to stick to the objective scientific evidence. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We have to stick to the objective evidence.
And that objective scientific evidence is what has driven you through this whole case, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was driving you when you were first hired onto this case as a consultant.
Yes, sir.
It was driving you yesterday during the course of your testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's still driving you today, that objective scientific evidence.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
You began yesterday and you ended today. And almost exclusively yesterday, you talked about statistics. And a lot of your testimony was based on statistics.
No, the conclusion's not based on statistics.
I didn't ask you if the conclusion was, Doctor. I simply asked you, was your testimony in no small part yesterday, and did you end today with statistics?
I quoted statistics.
You
yes.
quoted a lot of statistics, as a
Yes,
matter of
sir.
fact. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that the type of objective scientific evidence that you use or you utilize as a neutral, objective, and independent forensic expert?
You can't make rulings as on a basis of statistics. Well, I guess DNA is based on statistics, is all statistics. But with forensic pathology, what you have to do is assemble all the objective facts. You consider that, the probability, but it's not based on straight statistics because there are no straight statistics because you're dealing with individual people.
And you just, Doctor, you just indicated the mouthful right there. They're based on probabilities, correct?
That's correct.
So when you say, in your experience, intraoral gunshot wounds are 99% suicide, 99% of the time you find them to be suicide, correct?
It's based on my experience, yes, sir.
And that has absolutely no relationship in science whatsoever to the facts that are before you in this case. Is that right, Doctor?
No, sir, you're wrong.
So in fact,
excuse me, sir, I haven't finished my answer. Look,
I'm sorry, Dr. Di Maio, were you not finished with the prior answer?
I was not answering. Right, I'm answering your question.
Okay, all right.
It's not statistic. It's kind of like if you hear hoofbeats outside. When you look out the window, you expect to see horses, not zebras running down the street. And the thing is, the whole life is controlled by statistics. You assume what you're going to get on the elevator, it's not going to drop straight down. That's probability. And the thing is you use it, but you don't make your decision 100% on statistics. And I just used that the intraoral gunshot wounds are almost 100%. Actually, to quote your own medical examiner, he said he had only seen one case in 3,000 autopsies. Well, if you move that's actually less than 1%, isn't it? See, 10% is 300, 1% is 30, 0.1% is 3. So he's saying he sees it in less than 0.1%, and that's your own expert.
That an intraoral gunshot wound is a homicide.
Right.
But it does happen, correct?
Of course it does.
And it's happened in your experience, correct?
I've seen in 37 years 3 homicides intraoral.
And of course, you're aware of Dr. Hawley, having seen other intraoral homicides as well, correct?
Dr. who?
Dr. Dean Hawley in Indiana?
I'm not aware of him.
All right. It wouldn't surprise you if he had done a paper on intraoral gunshot wounds and indicated that in his experience he has seen homicides that were intraoral. That wouldn't surprise you at all, would it?
If you go long enough, you'll see everything.
So statistics do not get us any closer to the facts of this particular case, correct?
No, yes, they do. The thing is you don't make your decisions straight on statistics, but you have to consider probabilities. If you didn't consider statistics then, DNA, you'd have to discard use of DNA, and I don't think your office is going to discard DNA.
Well,
DNA is all probability. That's all it is.
Well, Doctor, we're not talking about DNA, first of all. We're talking about a statistic of intraoral gunshot wounds. And with DNA, you know that we're also talking about in the hundreds of quintillions, correct?
It depends upon, and it's not as simple as that. Suppose your probability is 1 in 100 billion with DNA. All that means is, if you have 100 billion people, in a sense, maybe one will have it. But suppose the first person you meet is the first in the 100 billion. So everybody uses probability. Probability is the basis for existence of our life. And what I'm saying is you don't say this is a suicide because it's an intraoral and it's 99%. I told you it's a whole mosaic. It's the intraoral, it's the blood, it's the tissue, It's the gunshot residue, all of that. You can argue with any one of them. I'm saying you put them all together, and this is my opinion.
Okay. You have, over the last day and a half, indicated a level of expertise in several different categories of forensics or sciences.
My expertise is in forensic pathology.
All right, and you've indicated a level of expertise, I think under questioning by Mr. Plord, in firearms, in blood spatter analysis, GSR, psychology, psychiatry, physiology, toxicology, physics, fluid dynamics, hydrodynamics, statistics, ballistics.
I don't even know what hydrodynamics is.
Well, I'm going to get to that point in a second,
Okay,
Dr. Di Maio.
but-
I can assure you, but let me finish my question. Ballistics, criminalistics, and histology. You have indicated, or at least touched upon, every one of those subjects. Is that right?
Yes, because most of those fall into either straight pathology, or you have to have a working knowledge of them for forensic pathology.
So are you an expert in each of these fields?
Excuse me, I don't think he's finished his answer.
If you fire a gun, I mean, if you don't know how a gun works, you know, you say, gee, this person's got a hole in the front and a hole in the back and there's a track going through it. I wonder what caused it. You have to know a little about it. I'm not a firearms examiner. I do not represent myself as a firearms examiner. And all I'm interested in blood spatter is the blood coming out from the body. I don't do angles. I don't do secondary fling-offs and things like that. I'm just sticking to forensic pathology, which has to incorporate these
All
things.
right, so to kind of finish up on that point, Dr. Di Maio, and I think you began to make it, but the reality is, as you sit here, you're an expert in forensic pathology. You're a medical examiner by training, correct?
That is right, sir.
You are not an expert in firearms.
No.
You're not
I am
an
not a
expert
firearms
firearms
examiner. That's correct.
All right. You are not an expert in blood spatter analysis.
I only address blood spatter ejected from the body. So anything beyond that, I do not do. That is correct,
So you
sir.
don't do the analysis at the crime scene.
That is correct, sir, and I have not ventured any opinions on that.
And the same would hold true with regard to GSR analysis, correct?
All I do is I interpret gunshot residue. My laboratory did it, but I didn't do the actual testing.
All right, so any information you would have about gunshot residue analysis, any information that you would have about blood spatter analysis would be information that you've read from other sources, correct?
No, some is observation and some is interpretation because you give me the results and then I interpret it. And there's a chapter on gunshot residue in my book.
And of course, you consulted with outside sources to write that chapter.
Actually, no.
You wrote that chapter yourself.
Yes, you review the medical. It's kind of like when you go to the medical literature. If you want to write about certain tumors, you have to review the medical literature and then combine the medical literature with your experience. So with blood spatter, I went to the medical literature. I got the articles by Karga, and then I incorporated them into my experience and wrote what I wrote.
All right, and of course, the Karger analysis or the blood spatter analysis they did was the German set of doctors who did that overseas, correct? That
That's
was
correct, sir.
the paper that you're talking about.
Yes. Well,
And-
there's 3 papers, actually.
All right, and the same holds true with, I won't go down the entire litany, but the same holds true with the exception of medical school and some training that you may have had in psychiatry or psychology. You are not a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
That is correct.
And getting
But
back
I'm
to the
just giving you very basic psychiatry, the principles that are known to all physicians.
And-
You have to know that. It's part of
done?
the practice of medicine.
Okay. And of course, this goes back to the comment that you made to the jurors just a few minutes ago. You are certainly not a physicist. You're not a hydrodynamicist, correct?
All right. I didn't express any opinions on that.
Well, we'll get to that in a second, Doctor.
Except for the kinetic energy, which is part of wound ballistics, and wound ballistics is part of pathology.
And you have not been formally trained in fluid mechanics either, have you?
Right. I'm not even sure what fluid mechanics is.
Well, like I said, it's coming. We'll talk about it. And I think you even said under direct examination with Mr. Plord that you are not a criminologist and you don't hold yourself out to be a criminologist.
I think you mean criminalist. Not
I'm sorry, that's exactly what I mean. I wrote it down wrong. Criminalist. You're not a criminalist and you don't hold yourself out to be one.
That's correct.
So you would defer to others that are expert in that particular field, correct?
As long as they didn't wander into the forensic pathology field.
And of course, that would hold true for you too. You certainly wouldn't want to wander into their field either, would you, Doctor?
I don't wander there.
All right. With regard to the statistics that you cited yesterday and today,
Yes.
you indicated that firearms are the most common method of suicide, and drugs are second. And you indicated, I think your quote was, women prefer firearms. Isn't that right?
On a statistical basis, yes.
Where do you get that statement?
Okay, hold on a second. There is a paper. Okay, it must have stuck together. Hold on. I'm going to have to start over again.
1, 2, 4, 7. All right, while the doctor's looking for his materials, you may approach.
Oh, no, here it is. Stuck. It's the article's called Suicide Among Women, a critical review. It's published in the Journal of the American Medical Women's Association in 2004. Is the one that refers to the incidence of suicide for women preferring to shoot themselves. Now, as to that they prefer handguns, that's in the article by Kohlmeyer, which was published in the year 2001. It's a 1704. Kohlmeyer also cites a paper by Wintermute, who reviewed 235 firearm suicides in California and found that that a greater percentage of women used handguns than men.
Handguns as opposed to long rifles.
Rifles and shotguns. And that was published in the American Journal of Public Health in 1988.
Doctor, what is the CDC? What does that stand for?
The CDC is the essentially Center of Disease Control, right?
For the United States?
Yeah.
All right. It is a United States funded or a government funded organization.
That's correct. Yes.
Can I finish?
Yes.
Sorry. It is a government-funded organization that maintains certain statistics throughout the country for the proper control groups, depending on what it is. It can be anything from how many cases of appendicitis to how many cases of ocular disease, correct?
Yes, sir.
Kind of runs the gamut, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and the foundation for any reliable statistic, as a matter of fact, you've heard the phrase kind of colloquially, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, right?
That's correct.
So statistics can be manipulated by clever folks, clever mathematicians, etc., correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they can sound any particular way you want them to. So one of the hallmarks of a good statistician is to maintain a good control group for the statistic, correct?
Well, you don't. Okay. Whoa. Control group? No.
Do you know what I mean by control group?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I don't know if you know what you mean by control group. Control group means if you do an experiment, you have to have an equal number. Okay, suppose you want to give a drug to a test out of a drug. So you give it to 100 people, and to another 100 people you give water and tell them that that's the drug. That's what a control group is. In statistics, you don't do a control group. You do a statistical analysis.
And you
do
maintain
standard deviations.
And you maintain a certain group of individuals that you are seeking to do the statistic on. For instance, you said women prefer guns, correct? To commit suicide.
What I said is that the statistics published in 2004 state that the most common method of suicide in women is guns.
Actually, what you said was, quote, women prefer guns.
No, then I said women prefer handguns.
Okay.
That's what I said. And
All
they
right.
do handguns, and that's in the study by Kohlmeyer, and it's also the study that came out of California in 1988.
So your testimony is that and how you applied it to this particular case is that in your mind, the statistic that's important to you is that women prefer handguns, and therefore that played into, at least in part, your determination of the manner of death in this case, along with several other things. Correct?
Absolutely, it played no role at all.
All right.
If you remember, I quoted other things. I never did. I just wanted to inform the jury because there's a myth about that women don't shoot themselves, women don't use handguns, and women don't shoot themselves in the head. That's called an education. What I was letting them know that's not true. But that really played no role in my conclusion.
All right. Were you just about to say that was an educated guess?
No, it's an educational point.
I see. All right. Of course, you wouldn't guess about anything in your testimony.
No, sir.
All right.
If you notice, every time I give you a statement, I'm pulling up a reference to it in the medical literature or the scientific literature.
The person at issue, in your mind, was Lana Clarkson when you were analyzing this case, correct?
Yeah, oh, well, that's the main person involved. Yeah.
All right. Of course, there was another person involved, wasn't there?
Yes.
All right. With regard to Lana Clarkson, she was a 40-year-old female, correct, at the time of her death?
Yes, sir.
This happened in 2003, correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, she was Caucasian, non-Hispanic, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so a proper statistic, if you were to look at statistics, might include 35 to 44-year-old women who are Caucasian, non-Hispanics back in 2003, correct? Might be an applicable statistic.
You might be, except for one slight little problem.
Okay, what's that, doctor?
The problem is what you call the Caucasian. In my community, which is San Antonio, the population is maybe 60% Hispanic, Mexican American. Well, they're all classified as Caucasian. So 35-year-old white females in my community also include people of Mexican American or South American origin.
Okay, maybe you didn't.
So that doesn't.
Okay, maybe you didn't hear me correctly.
No, I heard you're saying trying to restrict to your population.
Actually, Dr. Di Maio, if you'll allow me, please.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you didn't hear me correctly. I indicated 35 to 44-year-old female, white, comma, non-Hispanic, comma, females.
How do you differentiate white females non-Hispanic from white females Hispanic if you use my statistics and lots of other people's statistics who don't differentiate?
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's use the CDC statistics.
The problem with the CDC, which I don't know if you've ever talked to the people personally, and I have, is that 40% of the death certificates are filled in incorrectly in the United States.
All right. That notwithstanding, the fact that you obviously know more about this than the CDC does, would you agree or disagree that the accurate statistic for 2003 in the United States for suicides, women aged 35 to 44, considered white and non-Hispanic, using the CDC's definition, the number one cause of death was in fact poisoning, which is otherwise referred to as overdosing or
How many
something
cases?
else. And the second would be firearms.
Yes, sir.
You see that statistic?
Yes.
According to the CDC, at least, given those particular controls and that group of individuals, women don't prefer handguns. Those women prefer poisoning or overdosing.
No, that you haven't proved that with your statistics.
I'm not asking if I
no,
proved anything.
no,
I'm asking if you're aware of the CDC's findings.
Your statistics don't say that, sir. What your statistics say, if you want to go with those, is that in that narrow age group that you've picked, then women prefer to take poison rather than shoot themselves.
And of course, Lana
But,
Clarkson was in that age group.
again, you're
correct?
interrupting.
First of all, let me make that determination, which I happen to agree with.
Right.
Let him finish his answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next question after that. All right, go ahead and finish your answer.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. But what I said is they prefer handguns. Now, that is not addressed in the number that you showed. But never mind.
So you do agree that, in fact, in that age group with white women back in 2003, the number one, the leading cause of suicide was, in fact, or the leading method of suicide was, in fact, overdosing.
If you narrow it to that 5 age group, and I assume that you're giving me the straight statistics, which I will assume, then it does.
Okay,
And
thank you. And of course, I want to stick on this subject for just a quick second before I move into your report. Just so I understand this, statistics will not answer a particular question in a particular case. I realize that they have their use, Doctor.
Right.
I'm not arguing that they don't have their use in life. I mean, some people are statisticians by trade. What I'm asking you is, do statistics by their nature answer any particular questions in any particular case?
what they can do is give you a probability and narrow the field, so that you can, and it's a factor that you have to take into consideration. And so if you have a probability of 99% and something like that, you have to consider it. You can't just assume that it's 50-50. You have to consider that. Now, you don't call it just on that unless you have other factors that you incorporate. Or otherwise, what you have is a complete pandemonium.
For instance, let's use one quick example before I move off this point. If I were to ask you, as you sit here right now, what color car do I drive? You'd probably have no idea, would you?
No.
All right. What if, and that's the question before you, all right, what color car do I drive, Alan Jackson? And if I give you a statistic that most cars, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but let's say most cars on California highways and freeways are white. Now, doctor, what color car do I drive?
So I wouldn't give you because I prefer something with 99% probability, not most. So if you said 99% of the cars were white, then I would say the probability is 99% of the time that your car, 99% that your car is white.
And of course, that would be a guess, wouldn't it?
No, sir.
That would be a guess based on statistics.
That's not a guess. There's a difference. A guess would be, well, most cars. But when you get 99%, it's probability. If I told you that if you bought this lottery ticket, you had a 99% probability of winning $10 million, I know you would say, give me the ticket. Because you would say, 99%. Yeah, it's worth a chance.
Worth a chance, but certainly not definitive and certainly not scientific. In other words, if you wanted to know what kind of car I drove or what color car I drove, doctor, you'd need to look in my garage, wouldn't you?
Excuse me.
No,
Okay.
let him finish his question, and then you can answer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Did you understand my question,
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Maio?
And you said it's not scientific. Yes, it is scientific. The way the 99% is calculated is based on science. It doesn't necessarily give you the 100% answer, which is why I did not say this was a suicide or self-inflicted wound just based on that. Just based on that, yeah, the probability is 99%. But you have to take into the other factors and see if there's anything else. Now, if you said it was 99% probability that, well, never mind. We're getting into statistics and
And they're not worth much, are they?
no, yes, they are worth.
All right, you know what? I'll move on.
Believe me. Well, then you're going to have to dismiss all your rape cases in this county because they're all based on probability, which is what DNA is. DNA is probability. You'd have to throw out every single case of rape prosecution in this community if you said, let's throw away probability.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've addressed statistics, let's move on to your report.
Yes.
You did, in fact, file a report in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many notes did you, or how many pages of notes did you take in preparation for either your drafting your report or your testimony in this case?
I don't take notes. What I do is I sit down, I read everything, and I go and I highlight everything, and then I sit down and I write the report.
When did you write your report in this case?
The report's dated February the 10th, 2007, so sometime just before that.
And you wrote a second report in this case dated March 23rd, 2007.
That's correct. That had to do with the tissue.
So did you sit down to write the report on February 10th?
Oh, no, I would have written it before,
Why is it dated February 10th?
because that's the day that I would have signed it and sent it out.
When did you start writing this report, Dr. Di
I would
Maio?
have absolutely no idea.
Was it close in time to the time that you were first hired to consult in this case?
Oh, no, this would have been written immediately prior to February 10th.
So what did you have available to you when you sat down to write this report?
There's a list of the things that I have available.
Okay. Do you want to tell me what those are?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor.
Oh, there is.
You know,
Sir, I understand completely. And
Yes.
If you want, we need to approach if you think we need to. I know exactly where the concern is.
You know what? Let's do it this way.
Okay? Thank you.
Let me ask, did you consider the coroner's file?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider photographs of the scene and the body?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually attend the autopsy in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Didn't you indicate that obviously attending the autopsy would have been the best course for gleaning as much information as possible about the findings of the medical examiner, in this case, Dr. Pena?
It may or may not. I'm not disagreeing with any of his physical findings at autopsy, just as his opinion as to the cause, as to the manner of death.
How about the physical findings on the tongue?
I'm not disagreeing with him.
Okay, so you agree that there was a bruise on the left side of the tongue, correct?
Oh, yeah, I agree with all the findings.
And you're aware that he did not find any kind of bruising on the right side of the tongue?
Yeah, but that's in the picture, though. He took.
I'm not asking you what's in the picture, what's not. I'm asking you if you
I
agree or
know that,
disagree
but
with
the
it.
picture is part of the autopsy report that I could see.
Okay, so, and you're aware that he did not find any malady on the right side of the tongue?
He did not describe it, yes, sir.
Well, I think that malady is, it's perhaps not the best word, but I think it's understood.
Didn't find any defect on the right side of the tongue?
He didn't describe it, that's true,
Right.
yes, sir.
And you read his entire autopsy file?
Yes, sir.
All right, but you have no qualms with the rest of the autopsy that he did?
No.
All right. As a matter of fact, you found his autopsy to be professional?
Yes.
To be within the standards of the medical practice in which he does practice, correct?
Yes.
All right. You had certain laboratory reports generated by the Sheriff's Crime Lab, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you read the notes associated with Dr. Pena's autopsy, his actual protocol?
I read the complete coroner's file on the
Did
case.
you also read the complete LASO file, the Sheriff's Office file?
No, I just read the laboratory reports.
All right. So you didn't read for instance, Dr. Harold's notes, Mr. Renteria's notes, Ms. Pinto's notes?
If they were part of the laboratory report, I would have read them, yes, sir.
All right. And you read certain of Ms. Clarkson's medical records, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I think you've already indicated on direct examination you covered certain emails from Ms. Clarkson, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there were certain toxicological reports as well that you read
Yes, sir.
and became familiar with?
Yes.
All right. Are those the items that you basically had at your fingertips when you drafted your report?
Except for including items 7
I understand.
and 8, right.
But the things that I've listed are things that you had at your fingertips when you were actually drafting this report.
Yes, sir.
And this report was drafted sometime in 2007.
Yes, sir.
Just before February 10th.
Yes, sir.
When did you actually examine the clothing, the actual physical evidence in this particular case?
When I made the trip here back in late last year.
Was that May of 2006? Does that sound right?
It may be.
May or June, something like that?
Something like that.
All right,
I
and you
don't-
didn't take any notes about your findings or conclusions at that time?
No, I did
So you
not.
just based anything that you brought into your report in February of 2007, you brought in from memory?
By observation, yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear your answer.
By observation.
And it's your memory of those observations that made their way into the final report?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's turn to your report for just a second. There's a few things that I want to go over. One of the first things that you indicate in your report is consistent with how you've testified over the last day and a half, and I think we've covered the effect of this. You start off by saying most intraoral gunshot wounds are self-inflicted. Now, you agree that in and of itself is simply a statistic, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that is not a medical opinion specifically. That is an opinion of that is a citing of a statistic, not a medical opinion.
Well, it's a
correct?
medical opinion, but it's not a medical diagnosis.
All
That's
right.
what you mean.
You're aware of other statistics in this same realm, correct? I mean, if we're going to talk about statistics a little bit, I want to ask you about a couple of other statistics. Are you aware that women who are killed by guns to the head, in other words, gunshot wounds to the head, are 8 times more likely to be the victim of a homicide than a suicide?
I wouldn't be surprised.
All right. Another statistic. Most people who shoot themselves do so in private.
I agree.
As a matter of fact, that you agree because those are your words. That came right out of your book, didn't it?
Right. I agree.
Another statistic. Most people who commit suicide do so in their own home, not only in private, but in their own home.
Yes, I agree.
The vast majority, Dr. Di Maio, of people who do kill themselves with a gun, they do not shoot themselves in the mouth, correct? They pick some other area on their body rather than the mouth.
Right. Only 14% of the people shoot themselves in the mouth.
Which leaves us, I'm not that good at math, but leaves us with about 86% of the time, people pick a place other than intraorally to kill themselves with a gun if they do so, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And of course, women are less likely to shoot themselves in the head than they are to shoot themselves in the chest or abdomen. You agree with that statistic as well?
Right. There's a 9% difference compared to men.
You agree with the concept that you can't simply, any unbiased, objective expert cannot simply rely on the statistics that are tailored to one side or the other. I mean, a good, neutral, objective, independent forensic expert would, of course, let the trier of fact know all of the statistics that are relevant to a particular issue. For
Yes, sir.
instance, suicides and homicides.
Yes, sir.
All right, yet none of these statistics that I've just mentioned, you've mentioned, with the exception of the 14% in your direct examination, correct?
I think I mentioned that. The notes that I gave you prior to this have this all broken down.
I'm asking about your testimony before this jury.
I answered the questions. Well, okay, what didn't I say? I didn't say it was mostly in the house, and it's mostly, yeah, but I wasn't asked that question.
Okay, and if you weren't asked it, you weren't going to volunteer.
Volunteer what? I mean,
When you were asked what you took
yeah,
into
I know that, but if
consideration-
I had started sitting here volunteering things, I don't think the court would appreciate it. I'm supposed to answer questions here, sir.
All right.
So, okay?
And in fact, when you were asked what did you base your opinion on, you didn't volunteer these statistics that I've just read to you, but you did in fact volunteer the statistic that most intraoral gunshot wounds that you've seen in your experience
Yeah,
are
because
suicide.
that's the most significant thing, because it's the percentage is so high, it's over 99%,
All right.
even according to your own medical examiner.
You've read Dr. Lee, Dr. DeForest, and Ganslin's book.
No, sir.
You're not familiar with Dr. Lee, DeForest, and Ganslin's book called
I am.
Forensic Science and Introduction to Criminalistics?
I haven't read the book.
All right. Would you have any quarrel if in their book they indicated that any reconstruction hypothesis?
The way you're phrasing the question, I would sustain it on hearsay grounds. You may rephrase it.
Sure. Let me read you a quote and ask you if you agree or disagree with this hypothesis.
When you say you're reading a quote, the objection is sustained. There's other ways to do it.
Would you agree or disagree with the hypothesis that any reconstructionist's hypothesis must take into account all the facts and observations, every fact and every observation into account, and certain facts cannot be ignored because they simply fail to fit the hypothesis? You would agree with that,
Oh,
correct?
yeah.
All right.
I mean, the thing is like when I was talking about history, that's why you want to get all the history, even if some of it turns out false.
All right,
You
and-
just want to get everything.
And
Yes.
I'm sorry, are you done?
Yes.
Any interpretation by any reconstructionist in an effort to reconstruct certain things or certain events, especially regarding a crime, should be a true scientific endeavor and not be mere guesswork. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you consider the fact that Lana Clarkson was in fact not home when she was killed?
Oh, yes.
Did you consider the fact that Lana Clarkson had met Mr. Spector basically that evening and was pretty much a stranger to him?
Oh, yes.
Did you consider the fact that she was in a stranger's house when she was killed?
Yes.
Did you consider the fact that Lana Clarkson would have no way of knowing where Mr. Spector would have had guns in the house?
Sustained.
Did you consider the fact that the gun was actually in a bureau drawer?
Objection. Well, I'll withdraw that.
That was probably yes.
Okay. Did you consider the fact that there was an associated holster in a bureau drawer?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider the fact that the gun was loaded with bullets that were consistent with other bullets throughout Mr. Spector's home?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider the fact that Lana Clarkson was actually seated by the back door when she was killed?
She was seated next to a door, that's right, which is the main exit and entrance, yes.
And that would be the back door where the motor court is, correct?
Yeah, I think it's used more as a front door than the front door. I don't think is very accessible. I think it's actually okay. Yes.
She was seated by a door.
Yeah.
I mean, just within feet of a door.
Yes.
And she was seated there with her purse on her right shoulder, correct, when she was
Yes.
found?
Well, it had slipped down onto her lower arm. Yes, sir.
On her lower arm?
Okay, onto her. Let's see. I have the photograph right here. It slipped down to her upper arm, behind her upper arm, and ran down straight along and parallel to her forearm.
All right. In fact, it was basically just off of her right shoulder, correct?
Yeah, and then it ran down the arm.
Right. The strap.
The strap, right.
All right. So basically, I mean, not to split hairs, but her purse was basically on her right shoulder.
Right.
All right. And you considered that and come to your conclusions
Oh, yeah.
and opinions. Yet the first thing in your report, notwithstanding the fact that you indicate to this jury that you considered all of those factors, the first thing in your report was intraoral gunshot wounds are normally suicide.
Because that's the most important thing, and you have to organize it. You don't start a report with saying there was dirt on the back porch, and then about the 35th item you say, and the elephant in the living room. I mean, the thing is you organize reports usually in the order of importance as you go down. And so that, in this case, the most significant thing is that's an intraoral wound.
So
It is the most significant.
your testimony is, Dr. Di Maio, the most important thing in your mind, in your opinion, as an expert forensic pathologist, the most important thing in your mind in this whole case is the statistic that most intraoral gunshot wounds are suicide rather than the actual facts of the case. Is that your testimony?
No, sir. The facts of the case, it's an intraoral gunshot wound. And the most important thing is that forensic pathologists know that intraoral gunshot wounds are about 99% plus suicides. That's an important thing. You can't just say it's statistic and we cannot consider it. It has to be considered, and that's one of the major points, that people don't commit homicide by sticking guns in people's mouth. As you pointed out, they shoot people in other areas.
But of course, it can happen.
Yes, sir.
And you've seen
Anything
it
can happen, but basically it's improbable. So you have to consider that as one of the things. And then I combined it with anything else, and I looked for anything that was contradictory. So you look at the positive and you look at the negative, and that's what I did.
All right. And not only can it happen, Dr. Di Maio, it has happened.
It's happened 3 times in 9,000 autopsies. Yes, sir.
And this could be the 4th.
Well, since I didn't do the autopsy, it wouldn't be the 4th. I would count for the Los Angeles.
All right.
Current
Let's talk
focus.
about GSR for just a second.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that you have filed published chapters in your book
Yes, sir.
concerning GSR. I think you've talked at length with Mr. Plord about GSR.
Yes, sir.
I assume that you've read scientific literature about GSR,
Yes, sir.
scientific studies,
Yes, sir.
industry journals.
Not industry journals, scientific articles.
All right, scientific articles, textbooks, other publications regarding.
Basically, scientific articles in the journals.
All right, and that literature has been on the subject of GSR and GSR analysis and the use and misuse of GSR, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the interpretation of GSR.
Yes, sir.
And of course, you've also read scientific articles and textbooks about firearms and ammunition and propellants and things of that nature, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are criminalists and experts who have published articles and books almost exclusively about this subject, correct?
They published material, yes, sir.
All right, and the FBI is one source of information that is published on this particular topic, correct?
Yes, sir.
Other experts include a fellow that you were here in court with not long ago, Stuart James, correct?
I don't think he's published on GSR.
Okay. How about Werner Spitz?
Werner Spitz probably has a section in his book on GSR, but I don't think he's got I don't know how much experience he has. Can't tell you. You're going to have to ask him.
How about Paul Kish?
You're going to have to ask him.
I'm not asking you what his experience is, Doctor. I'm asking you.
Well, I'm trying to tell you, I don't know what his
Doctor, you need to
experience.
wait until I finish my question.
Yes, sir.
Diana can only take one of us down at a time, please.
Yes,
Okay? What I'm asking you, Dr. Di Maio, is whether or not you're aware of Paul Kish ever publishing on the subject matter of GSR.
I don't recall.
And you know who Paul Kish is, of course.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Do you know,
And-
Mr. Kishan?
No. I know he's one of the consultants in this case. That's
Do you need, am I interrupting? Do you need to?
No, but I was about, if you were going to ask me some questions, I was going to try to get my references
Okay.
in line.
If you need references, we'll give you the time to take whatever.
Yes, sir.
All right. You agree that there is certain scientific consensus about GSR and the use of GSR, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that certain scientific consensus has been published widely on the issue of GSR.
Yes, sir.
Experts in the industry tend to agree about the science of GSR, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in fact, you're aware, well, in your report, did you say, quote, as to GSR, Ms. Clarkson had abundant GSR on her hands.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Spector only had one unique and one consistent particle on his hands.
Yes,
period.
sir.
All right. And you indicated the presence of one or two GSR particles on the hands does not mean that an individual fired a gun.
Yes, sir.
There is scientific evidence, for instance, or e.g., GSR on Ms. Clarkson's hands, consistent with the fact that she was holding the gun at the time of the discharge, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you stand by that statement?
Yes, sir.
You are well aware, Dr. Di Maio, that according to the scientific literature, that statement is patently false, correct?
No, sir.
There is absolutely no way, according to the scientific literature, Dr. Di Maio, that you can tell who fired a gun simply by the existence or non-existence of GSR particles on one's hands. Isn't that true?
Excuse me, sir.
Is that or is that not true?
In virtually all cases, you cannot determine whether a person was the firer of a gun. And that's why if you look at my report, you left one word, you're forgetting the word that's in front that says consistent with. Gunshot residue is used in most instances by medical examiners to determine whether it's consistent with. And that's what I said in the whole thing. Any one of these things, I'm telling you, you can take away and explain. It's the whole picture. There are rare instances in which, you want me to give you an example of a case
I want you
where...
to try to answer my question,
Yes.
whether or not you, in fact, know that the scientific literature and the scientific community are in agreement that the existence or non-existence of GSR on a person's hands will not tell you anything about whether they fired a gun.
I disagree with that because if we look at the scientific literature, such as the summary of the FBI Laboratories Gunshot Residue Symposium in May of 2005, there's something very interesting about this literature. Go look what the attendees are and tell me how many MDs were there. None of these people signs a death certificate. Go to the gunshot residue literature. These are technicians. They don't sign the death certificates.
So you know something they don't know,
yes.
correct?
May I finish my answer?
I wish you would.
Here's the whole thing. When you analyze, in these people who do that, they determine what gunshot residue is. And in and of it by itself, gunshot residue just means that a gun has been discharged. Now, what the forensic pathologist wants is to determine the distribution of the gunshot residue or whether it's present to see if it's consistent with the person firing a gun. Thus, I had a case in which a man was supposed to have killed himself by shooting himself in the head with a gun. There was no gunshot residue on his hands. When you took the gun and fired it 23 times under the same circumstances, there was never less than 63 gunshot residue particles on his hands. So if you fire it 23 times and you get 63 plus particles, and he has no gunshot residue on his hands, I would think some people would conclude he did not fire the gun. And what I'm saying about it is
is the way the deposition and distribution of gunshot residue is used by medical examiners is not to say this person fired the gun, but this is consistent with other materials that he fired the gun or he did not fire the gun. And that's why in my report I use the word consistent.
And what you actually say is there is scientific evidence, e.g., GSR on Ms. Clarkson's hands, consistent with the fact that she was holding the gun at the time of discharge. Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
All right, and that was the quote that I read you the first time.
And that's what I said. and
Dr.
that's
Di Maio,
correct.
why did you not go on to say it's also consistent with her not having fired the weapon? Why did you not include that in your report?
Because I assume that the person reading the report, I'm not going to get that. Because anybody who is a scientist would know what you have just spoken about. The thing is, if you go to the literature says that you cannot determine whether a person positively fired a gun by just the GSR. So GSR is one of the pieces of the puzzles that you use. Now, like in the case I told you, this man had no GSR, but when you fired the gun 23 times, every time there was 60 or more particles, and he had not one particle on his hand. I think you would be committing idiocy if you said, well, I can't determine whether he fired the gun this way. 63 particles plus 23 times.
I have really no idea what that has to do with my question.
It has
the point that you're trying to make. My question to you is, Dr. Di Maio, you didn't include the other alternative, which is the GSR on her hands are consistent or is consistent with her not having fired a weapon, but is also consistent with her just being in the environment of a weapon which was fired. Correct?
Because this is a scientific report, and you assume that the person reading the report has some basic knowledge of what's going on.
So you wrote this report for other scientists, not for discovery to the prosecution in this case in anticipation of your testimony. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. I assume that the prosecution employed scientists who could interpret it for the district attorney what the report meant.
And of course, you testified yesterday and today exactly the way that your report sounds. The GSR is consistent with Ms. Clarkson having fired the gun. You testified to that.
Which means I'm consistent with what I said in the first place, and I'm consistent what I published, and that's what I said. It's consistent with.
And you didn't say to this lay jury, who is not a jury of your peer scientists, but a lay jury, you didn't say, and it's also consistent with Ms. Clarkson not firing the gun, did you?
No.
Is there any reason you left that out of your testimony, Dr. Di Maio?
Because that's how you testify, consistent with. I mean, it's just, never mind.
This is part of the objective scientific evidence that you told us about, correct?
Well, you had scientific witnesses testifying here when I was present who were not objective, who said things that were absolutely nonsense and did not meet scientific criteria. I know that, but what you're saying is your people. No, I'm not. I'm saying.
Sir, now that we have an objection, you're not answering the question. Ask the question again.
Thank you. Dr. Di Maio, I'm not asking you to opine about what others have done. I'm asking you what you did, okay?
What I did was I told the jury the truth, and I testified that it's consistent with. And the jury, unless you think the jury is stupid or something.
Actually, you told the jury a half-truth. You didn't indicate the second half of that statement, which the entire scientific community agrees with, Dr. Di Maio, which is gunshot residue will not tell you who fired a weapon, correct?
Right, sir, and I never... Right, sir, and I told the jury, any one of the things I'm telling you, you can explain. It's the whole pattern when you put it all together with. There are very few things that are consistent, that are 100% in this life. Death and taxes are probably the only two. And the thing is it's consistent with. And that's what it says.
And it's also, the GSR that appears on Mr. Spector's hands are also consistent with him having fired a weapon. Isn't that true?
Sure, you could argue it that way.
But
if
you
want.
didn't tell this jury that in your direct testimony either, did you? Yes or no?
No, sir, I did
All right,
not.
thank you. As I indicated earlier, I think your testimony was the objective scientific evidence is what drives you in this particular case, the key word being objective.
Yes, sir.
You would find it inappropriate if any witness who is supposed to be objective, any expert, were to tailor or taint his or her testimony to favor one side or the other. That would be inappropriate, correct?
Yes.
And that particular expert would lose credibility, for
Yes,
instance.
sir.
Because that particular expert would become more like like an advocate rather than an unbiased, untarnished expert, correct?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
How much have you gotten paid by Mr. Spector so far?
I'd say I charge $400 an hour, which is the same I charge the city of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles Police Department. Only in this case, because of the visits, so far I've charged $26,000, $26,400.
Is that including today?
No, sir, the longer you talk, the more you're
it's
running up
costing
the
Mr.
bill.
Spector, right?
So if you
Never
want to
thought about it
decrease,
that
if
way.
you want to decrease the thing,
The
you
longer I talk, the more it's costing Mr. Spector.
and the state too.
The fact of the matter is,
You're
you
getting-
paid $26,408, not including your testimony today, correct?
Yeah.
Not including your testimony yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
How much you getting paid for yesterday and today?
I charge $400 an hour based on an 8-hour day, not to exceed 8 hours.
All right, so about $2,400. I'm sorry, is that $3,200?
Yes, sir.
I told you I'm not good at math. Thank you, Sudi. Wow. Yeah, I just emptied your wallet a little bit there. Sorry, Doc.
You only make my wife mad. That's it. Then you're in big trouble.
The fact of the matter is, you were hired by the defendant back in February of '06, correct? Is that about when?
You're right. I was contacted then, yes.
All right. And ultimately, you were hired by him to consult on this case, to look at the evidence, and to write a report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the report that I've been talking to you about today.
Yes, sir.
And you're still working for Mr. Spector. You're still in his employment,
Well,
correct?
I'm working for his attorneys.
All right, working for his attorneys, the advocates on this case.
I think they're called attorneys, sir.
And they're advocating a particular position, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, let's talk about that for just a quick second, Dr. Di Maio. I don't mean to digress, but you were here yesterday, and you may have been here on one other occasion listening to Dr. Lynn Harold testify, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and is there a reason that you were in the courtroom?
Well, yesterday, because they thought I was going to get on yesterday
Okay, what about before that?
to listen to what she was testifying to.
And in fact, at the breaks, I mean, I was in here, I saw you at the breaks, you would huddle with Linda Kinney-Bodden about Lynn Harold's testimony during her cross-examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would huddle with her during my direct examination, correct?
Well, I didn't really huddle with her as to the testimony. I mean, I just talked to her. And actually, I don't think I discussed the testimony.
You didn't give her questions to ask Dr. Harold on on cross-examination?
No.
You weren't here to help feed her any questions whatsoever?
No, sir.
So the fact that you were being paid a pretty hefty sum, $400 an hour is nothing to sneeze at. The fact that you
How many minutes?
Sustain.
I'll withdraw. The fact that you were being paid by Mr. Spector to be here and listen to Lynn Harold's testimony had absolutely nothing to do with, according to you, helping Linda Kinney-Bodden in her cross-examination of the state's witnesses, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Because that, of course, would make you more like an advocate rather than an objective scientific expert, correct?
No, sir, it wouldn't.
If you were assisting Ms. Bodden in cross-examining a witness?
I would, okay, you're not an advocate, you're a consultant. So if I did give her information, questions, I would tell you. It's just that I didn't do it. And it's perfectly proper for me to tell her, you know, what she said is wrong. Why don't you ask her this question or that question? But I didn't do that.
Okay.
All right, at this point, we're going to take our recess for 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will resume in 15 minutes.
Rules early on that if
this belongs to one lawyer, that lawyer will only question that witness, and that lawyer will only make the objections towards that witness.
Okay.
So whether or not Mr. Ford wants to object on argumentative grounds or not is his decision because it's his witness.
Okay.
Okay, but there are two things that have been going on in, not in Mr. Dixon's examination, but in Mr. Jackson's. One, the court made it very clear. Counsel is not to yell at the witness. That just happened. Secondly, Mr. Jackson editorializes many of his questions. He's a very skilled advocate, he's an experienced advocate, and he's a smart guy. It's not proper, and it shouldn't go on in this court. Because what it's doing is entertaining these jurors. We're not here to entertain them. This man's life is on the line. And I wanted to bring it to the court's attention because I'm sitting here listening, and I'm sure the court saw my expressions on my face. And I'm asking the court to put a stop to it. He shouldn't be yelling at the witness just like Mr. Cutler was cut down by the court when he started yelling at Ms. Ogdenhalter. And secondly, the editorialization should stop. He's a skilled advocate. He knows how to cross-examine. He knows how to directly examine. The defense team doesn't do that.
Okay, to respond, one, I don't think Mr. Jackson yelled. I disagree. He did not yell. As to whether or not you wish to object, I make an assumption, and certainly there are things that could have been objected to. The problem is, I don't interfere with defense strategy. Sometimes a witness is allowed to run on for a specific reason. It may fit into what you're planning. I don't intersperse my own objections. And so without an objection, I don't rule. I agree there have been objectionable times or things that could have been objected to. I'm not going to interfere with your case. If you want to make an objection, make an objection.
It's not the substance of the questions. It's the editorialization and the way he introduces questions and sometimes the way he finishes off questions, using it as a bridge into the next question. It's not proper.
If you think there's something inappropriate, object, and I'll rule on it.
Very well.
Okay? Thank you. All right, we're in recess.
Thanks, Judge.
Back on the record, all the parties are present. I don't see Mr. Dixon. Okay.
Mr. Dixon has set up.
All right, the jurors and alternates are present. You may proceed when ready.
Thank you. Dr. Di Maio, I want to turn again to your report, if you have it in front of you.
Yes.
There was an indication in your report, or you stated, and I think in your direct examination too, it would have been physically easier for Lana to have shot herself in the mouth than the temple. And I simply want you to explain that to me. What do you mean by that?
Essentially, she had some restriction of the motion from in her wrist due to the fact that she had bilateral fractures of her wrists in 2001. And then in December of 2002, she had some other minor injury. And if you look at the x-rays of the hands, the bones kind of have sort of a moth-eaten appearance. So you have to it's easier. And most people who kill themselves or shoot themselves trying to do it easy. And for her, it would be easier to use both hands.
All right, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this. Regarding her range of motion, you're aware, are you not, or are you aware of who Karen Luckett is? Luckett, I think.
You're talking about the medical records, how she's a bit improving. Yes.
Correct. Her
Yeah, she's
physical
improving.
therapist.
Right.
Karen Luckett was her physical therapist, correct?
Right, and she's improving, and she's getting there.
Right. And although it was a relatively severe, well, not relatively, I think by anybody's standard, it would be severe, correct?
Right, yes.
But you're indicating that she couldn't make the motion that I'm making now.
No, I just said that it would be much more difficult for her, and that it's easier, and most people, they'll do a thing like that, if they shoot themselves in the mouth, which she did, it's easier to use two hands than to use one hand.
Okay,
For the record, you had made the equivalent of putting a gun to your temple.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to that particular motion, you don't have there's nothing in the medical records to suggest that she couldn't, if she wanted to, that she couldn't have moved her wrist in the direction that I'm moving mine. As a matter of fact, the wrist stays relatively stable, correct?
You can stabilize your wrist, yes.
Okay.
It's just, I pointed out that it would be easier for her, that's all.
And of course, you're unaware of any medical defect that Mr. Spector had with either one of his hands or wrists?
No.
Yeah. You also indicated in your report that individuals shooting themselves in the mouth quite commonly use two hands. And again, I don't want to beat a dead horse. This is back to basic statistics, correct? When you use the word quite commonly, or maybe I should just ask you, what do you mean by quite commonly?
It's not uncommon for them. There are no statistics on this thing.
Right.
It's just that if you see enough of the cases, you find out a significant number of these people use both hands. It's easier.
Okay, so that was just something that you put in the report because you happen to have it off the top of your head.
I have what?
Happen to have it off the top of your head.
It's my experience.
Okay. Again, not based on any scientific literature that you've read, but your experiences yourself.
Yes.
Okay. You also indicated that in this particular case, the muzzle of the weapon was in the mouth, as indicated by the soot and powder in the mouth,
yes,
and the forceful ejection from the mouth of the caps on her upper front teeth, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that statement is in fact based on medical science, correct?
No, that's based on the observations at the time of autopsy, yes.
Okay. And doctor, those observations include the scientific observation and recovery of soot and powder and unburned powder particles from her palate and throat and mouth area and mucosa, correct?
Yes, sir.
It also is based on scientific observations that there was no, in fact, sooting or stippling on the outside of her mouth,
Yes, sir.
on the outside of her lips as well.
Yes, sir.
It was based on the scientific determination that there was dentin material, and I'm using that in the broadest terminology. I don't know what the actual terminology may be. Tooth material may be a better word. Impacted on the back of the front sight, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these medical and scientific findings led you to agree with the conclusion that in fact the muzzle of the gun was inside the plane of her front teeth.
Yes.
So you did not use any statistics to come to that conclusion. This, in fact, was based on medical science, correct?
It's based on the observations, yes, sir.
And some of those observations included the fact that the teeth were broken outward and not inward, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would expect if there were teeth broken inward, one performing the autopsy might in fact find those teeth and recover them and make a note of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was not the case here.
Actually, the teeth weren't broken. It was the caps that were broken.
Okay, my mistake. The caps on the teeth, I should say, the
Yes,
tooth
sir.
material. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I said
Okay,
yes.
thank you, doctor. Then you indicated that, quote, the blast-like effect of the gun discharging in the mouth hurled the fragments of the dental caps across a foyer and onto a staircase. Can you explain what you were talking about when you indicated that?
Essentially, when you fire the weapon, you produce high pressure coming out, greater than 5,000 pounds per square inch. The expanding turbulent gases push backward and strip the caps from the teeth, fragmented them, and ejected them across the room.
Is it your testimony, doctor, that the muzzle flip, do you know what I mean when I use the term muzzle flip?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it your testimony, doctor, that the muzzle flip of the gun did not cause those teeth to become, or that tooth material to become fragmented and ejected across the room?
Yes, sir. That is my sole testimony.
Your testimony is that it was in fact the gases that
Hit
caused,
the caps, right.
I'm sorry, yeah, the gases, to lack of a better word, use your phrase, hit the caps and knock those caps backward.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's based on the muzzle pressures that you found to exist in a .38 Colt Cobra.
Yes, sir.
All right. You're aware that there was in fact dental material found on the rear ramp of the front sight.
I'm sorry.
That's fake, dental material, natural, unnatural.
Well, just the dental material, I think the important thing is that it was found on the site for the purpose of the question. If I'm wrong, then perhaps we'll need some further clarification. Are you aware of that, doctor?
Yes, it's actually tooth material, not caps, that were found on the gun.
And of course, it's conceivable that if in fact the muzzle were to flip backward based on the recoil of the gun, that muzzle could knock off the caps and impact the underlying dental material or dentin into that rear ramp of the front sight, correct?
No.
That's not possible.
No, but let me explain. If the gun had gone back, and hit the teeth while the caps were on, then you would have gotten cap material embedded in the gun. And instead you got tooth material. And the reason you got the tooth material was by the time the front sight got to the front teeth, the caps were gone.
Of course, you're saying that based on that testimony, I'll get to a little more of this in just a second, but since you brought it up, I might as well address a little bit of it now. You're saying that the recoil of the gun was subsequent to the gases expanding in her mouth and knocking the dental material out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware of the basic precept of for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when the hammer falls and strikes that primer, and the primer begins to burn, that primer then ignites the propellant in the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And that bullet begins to travel because of pressure buildup in the cylinder and then subsequent pressure buildup in the barrel,
Yes.
begins to send that projectile or that missile down the barrel and then on downrange, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's, from a layperson, that's a basic representation of how a bullet is fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the bullet begins to move when the gases are building up behind it, and those gases send it out, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the bullet is out of the gun before the gases are out of the gun.
Yes, sir.
The bullet has
Not quite. It doesn't work that way.
Fine.
Actually, what happens is a certain percentage, maybe a quarter to a third of the gases exit before the bullet.
Okay. Assuming even that,
Yes.
the majority of the gases are actually propelling the bullet downrange, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the bullet begins to move. In other words, there's an action that begins
Yes.
inside the cylinder and down the barrel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And meanwhile, the gases have not escaped the gun.
That's correct, sir.
You indicated that the horizontal or upward orientation of the gun was of, quote, absolutely no significance, as both such orientations are seen in suicides. Is that correct?
No, I said that in most instances, the gun is pointed upward in suicides, but you also get suicides where it's horizontal. And so, this is one of these things that's not really important. Most times it's pointing upward. Occasionally it's horizontal. There's no significance.
All right. My question is, did you say the horizontal, well, quote, whether the gun was oriented in a horizontal or upward plane when discharged is of absolutely no significance, as both such orientations are seen in suicides?
That's what I just said a second ago.
All right, actually, you corrected me and said that's not what you said. I'm asking you, is that your direct quote?
Sustain, just
Sure. Is that what I just read, a direct quote from your report?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're aware that that sort of orientation, front to back, the kind of orientation that we have here, is also seen in homicides.
No. We're talking something about different. I was talking about the upward angle.
I'm aware of that.
Right.
I'm asking you, it's also seen in homicides, correct?
Sure, it's seen in homicide.
All right. Yet in your report, you ended that sentence by saying it's of absolutely no significance, as both such orientations are seen in suicides, correct?
That's right.
And the second half of that postulate would be both such orientations are seen in homicides as well, correct?
Yes, sir, but that's understood. Since I said it's of no significance, I said it doesn't make any difference in deciding whether it's a homicide or suicide, whether it's pointed upward or pointed backwards. So I said, you don't have to consider that. That's what I said.
Why didn't you write that it's of absolutely no significance, as both such orientations are seen in homicides?
Because I didn't know you were going to ask me this question. The reason I wrote it that way is it's obvious. If you say a thing is not significant, then that's it. Then you close the door on it. Forget about it. And what I'm saying is whether it's horizontal or upward is of no significance into suicides because it can occur, which means that I'm not even going to consider it. And I didn't consider it. It's of no significance.
All right. And you could have written, Dr. Di Maio, that it's of no significance because that sort of orientation is seen in both homicides and suicides. But you didn't write that, did you?
No, because it wouldn't make any difference. If I wrote homicides, it's the same. I'd say the same. What I'm saying, it's of no significance. It's of no significance in homicides either. So if it's no significance in suicides, it's not going to be a significance in homicides.
So another way of saying that, Dr. Di Maio, if I hear your testimony correctly, is this sort of orientation, the front to back, and the orientation that you
No,
described. for
not the front to back, the upward trajectory.
I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. The front to back, slightly upward, basically midline. Is that close?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Found in the exhibit, the head exhibit that you were shown by Mr. Plord, that is consistent with a trajectory in a homicide, correct?
Sure.
Okay. You also said that anyone shooting Lana Clarkson would have to have been directly in front of her, based on the front to back trajectory of the wound, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Describe that for me.
You have to have the hand in front.
Okay.
Because here's the mouth. It's got to be that oriented.
Okay. So according to your testimony, the shooter would have to be standing directly, basically straddling directly in front of Miss Clarkson to have fired the weapon. Is that what you're saying?
This states the testimony.
And he then added, I think you made your objection before he added, is that your testimony? So the objection is overruled.
Is that what you're saying, Dr. Di Maio?
No, that's not my testimony.
Okay, what is your testimony?
That the person, that if she was shot by someone, the person would have to be in front of her. That's not straddling.
Okay, did you write in your report, anyone shooting Lana Clarkson would have to have been directly in front of her,
Right.
based on the front to back trajectory of the
You
wound?
have to be directly in front.
What do you mean by directly in front of her?
Do you want me to demonstrate?
Sure.
Sit down.
Are you going to demonstrate on me?
First, I need, are you armed?
That's the first best question.
Sit down. The thing is we know that the gun is here. And the person's in front of her. Now, if you look, turn this way, it's still in front of her. This way, in front of her. This way, you're still in front. You're not to the side or from the back. It's in front of her. I mean, I didn't say directly in front. It's in front. I mean, the shot has to come from the front.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. And let me get back to your report.
Now, you're all right now, aren't you?
Dr. Di Maio, if you would turn to page 2 of your report, if you look at the third full paragraph, beginning the second sentence, would you please read that second sentence beginning with anyone?
Anyone shooting her would have to have been directly in front of her based on the front to back trajectory of the wound. Thus, one would expect copious amounts.
That's the only thing I'm asking.
Okay.
Did you, in fact, indicate in your report that the shooter would have to be directly in front of Ms. Clarkson?
Right.
Okay. And you just demonstrated to us, the jurors, that that is, in fact, not true. The shooter could have been to the left, to the right, further to the right, depending upon the orientation of Ms. Clarkson's head.
But that's in front of her.
Okay, but not directly in front of her, Dr. Di Maio.
To me, it's directly in front of her.
Okay, so using Mr. Dixon. Sorry. Using Mr. Dixon as an example, using Mr. Dixon as an example, Dr. Di Maio, you would agree that, for instance, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Dixon, could you turn your chair to the right just a little bit, to your left, rather? If, in fact, I was standing here and pointing this way, this could be considered directly in front of her, as you define directly.
The head would have to be facing you,
I
right?
understand. If his head is facing slightly to the right.
I'm using the head as the orientation.
Okay, and therefore, based on this orientation, this would be consistent with your findings?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. May the record reflect that I don't know how to describe that,
You were offset from Mr. Dixon.
to his right.
Correct.
Thank you. You read Dr. Harold's report or reports in notes indicating that in her expert opinion, based on her forensic examination of the evidence, of all of the evidence that she looked at, that in her opinion, the head of Lana Clarkson was off center, slightly to the right. You read that, correct?
What mistakes are reported?
I don't have the report in front of me. I can't tell
It
you.
doesn't misstate her testimony. She testified to that.
Okay.
The question was the report. There's nothing in the report that says.
I'm sorry. You know what?
Testify to that.
The
Mr.
objection-
Plord is correct.
There it
Mr. Plord
is.
is correct. Let me rephrase that.
Sustained.
My mistake, Dr. Di Maio. It's been a long trial. Taking her testimony into consideration, are you aware that she testified that in her expert opinion, Lana Clarkson's head would have been, instead of being midline, would have been slightly offset to the right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You're aware of that. All I'm doing is
Okay, I'm aware of it
foundation.
now. Okay, right.
Okay. And you indicated on direct examination when Mr. Plord was going over the trajectory in that head, that prosthetic head that we've seen, you agreed, as a matter of fact, I think Mr. Plord asked you, and you agreed that the head could have been in any number of positions because it's the bullet to the skull relationship that you as a medical examiner are interested in, not the head to body relationship.
You cannot determine the head-to-body relationship.
Okay.
So, right.
And in fact, you're aware that the blood on the chair, you examined the photographs of the chair,
Yes, sir.
you examined the photographs of the purse,
Yes, sir.
you examined photographs, or may have even examined the actual slip dress that Miss Clarkson was wearing.
I saw it. Yes, sir.
You examined the jacket, Miss Clarkson's jacket.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you saw photos of how Miss Clarkson was situated in that chair when she was found dead.
Yes, sir.
All right. You're aware that the blood on the chair was on the right side, not the left?
Right. That was the draining blood that went down.
The draining blood.
Right.
There was no major blood stains on the left side of the chair.
Right.
And in fact, there was no blood spatter found on the left side of the chair, correct?
Right.
Okay. There was blood spatter that was in fact indeed found on the right side of the chair and on the back of the, this is always hard to describe, Dr. Di Maio, bear with me, the back of the arm of the chair, the portion of the chair that's further.
Yes, but wasn't there also secondary blood spatter in that area, so that may not have been primary?
It may have been, correct. It may have been secondary. There was also some primary blood spatter found in that area, correct? It was not satellite.
It was interpreted as primary. Yes, sir.
According to Dr. Lynn Harold's testimony.
Yes, sir.
All right. And none of that was on the left side.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the handbag or the purse that was on her shoulder had blood spatter on it as well that was not the subject, or not the product, rather, satellite spatter, but was interpreted as high-velocity impact spatter,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And of course, there was tooth material that was found on her abdomen, correct?
Yeah, on the front of her body. Yes.
Right. And on that abdomen, on that the slip dress, that was to the right of center, sitting on her abdomen area, about where I'm pointing right now, which is about mid-abdomen area, to the right side of my midline, a couple of inches, correct?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to I think the next paragraph in your report, and I think you may have echoed this in your testimony, Dr. Di Maio.
Overruled this time. I haven't. Just overruled. You may proceed.
You indicated that one would expect copious amounts of blood, tissue, and tooth fragments to have been deposited on the shooter.
Yes, sir.
This was not the case in regard to Mr. Spector's jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're basing that opinion on the fact that, given what you described as this explosion in the mouth, that you would expect to find more blood on his jacket than was found if he were the shooter, correct?
You would expect to find blood, tissue, gunshot residue, and also on the sleeve. Yes, sir.
All right. And you're aware of who Paul Kish is?
He's the criminalist who, with Dr. Lee, was at the scene and examined it. Right.
All right. Or at least that's your understanding.
That's my understanding.
And he's matter of fact, hired by the defense team in this case.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's why that's from the report.
All right. Are you aware that he published an article entitled "The Absence of Evidence is Not Evidence of Absence"? And that was in 1996 in the Journal of Forensic Identification.
Yes, sir.
All right. Isn't it true that, according to Dr. Kish, or Mr. Kish, expert opinions should never be based on what one would expect to be present, but rather they should be based on what is physically present. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
That is again, I'll use the word, a hallmark kind of expert testimony and expert examinations. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. You have to look at what's presently there, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You did, in fact, look at different areas of Lana Clarkson's jacket, her
Yes.
samplings from her right shoulder, her left shoulder, correct?
Yes.
And you also looked at some samplings of her buttons.
Yes.
I want to talk for just a second before we get to all of those things and your determinations based on those. I want to go back to your direct examination about the gases in the mouth.
Yes.
Now, you've indicated that there was this, and I think yesterday you said an explosion, and you did your hands out like this, correct?
Yes, sir.
An explosion of blood and tissue and metallic particles and GSR and everything else coming out of the mouth when that gas expanded in the mouth, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you described it as like a jet engine, correct?
I don't remember, but I'll accept that.
You said it's like dropping an SUV in someone's mouth.
No, that was in reference to when I was talking about this 5,000 pounds per square inch.
Right, and that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
With regard to the gases, you've indicated to this jury that the gases inside Lana Clarkson's mouth were some 5,080 pounds per square inch, correct?
Well, actually greater, but
Greater than 5,080.
yes, sir.
All right. And when in doing so, you referred to muzzle pressure
Right.
and studies that have been done about muzzle pressure.
Yes, sir.
What is muzzle pressure, doctor?
Okay. It's not muzzle pressure per se. It is the pressure of the gas coming out the muzzle. The pressure of the gas coming out the muzzle is, with the ordinary 38 special 2-inch barrel, about 5,080 pounds per square inch.
Okay. So your testimony, if this pen represents the barrel of the gun,
Yes, sir.
and this eraser is the muzzle end,
Right.
your testimony is that the muzzle pressure is the pressure here, where my fist is, outside the barrel of the gun.
And that's the pressure of the gas coming out the muzzle.
Right. If my fist represents gas coming out of the muzzle, all right, that's the best I can do, Doc.
Well, it wouldn't be that, okay, it wouldn't be that far out. As soon as the gas begins to come out of the muzzle, it then begins to expand, and then, of course, the pressure drops down.
Drastically drops, doesn't it?
Well, of course it's going to drastically drop down.
Have you now finished your answer, or do you want to add?
I'm finished now, Your Honor.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you know what Boyle's law is.
I'm a little far out of physics, but essentially you're talking about expansion of gases.
Okay. Let me see if I can get it right. Pressure times volume equals a constant.
Right. And what's happened is when the gas comes out, it begins to expand as it tends to depress. And by doing that, it ejects material out the nose and mouth.
Right. All right. That's your testimony.
Yes.
We'll get to that in just a second. I'm still talking about muzzle pressure and this 5,000 or 5,000 plus PSI that you're talking about. When firearms manufacturers perform muzzle pressure tests, they are specifically doing so in determination of what kind of steel, the alloys, and the shape of that a barrel should take to withstand the high pressures inside the muzzle, inside the barrel, correct?
You're wrong. Sorry about that.
Isn't it true? Oh, no, you don't have to be sorry.
No.
Isn't it true, doctor, that in fact, muzzle pressure, as soon as...
What this man had an explanation.
Have you finished your answer?
No, I hadn't finished.
All right, go ahead and finish your answer.
What the manufacturers specify and measure is the pressure in the chamber. And so they drill a hole in the chamber, and then they put a sensor device, and then you fire the ammunition. And that tells you chamber pressure. They don't measure muzzle pressure because they're not interested in that, because by the pressure in the chamber maybe, is much higher, 15 to 20,000 pounds per square inch. And so by the time it gets to the muzzle, it's already dropped to 5,000. Manufacturers have their specifications for chamber pressure.
There's also specific calculations for muzzle pressure, isn't there, doctor?
I've never heard anyone talk about it, only chamber pressure.
Would it surprise you to know that muzzle pressure is defined by a formula taking into account chamber volume, chamber pressure, and barrel volume,
Right.
which will give you muzzle pressure.
Right.
And it's the pressure inside this tiny little orifice or this tiny little cylinder called a barrel. That's the high pressure, correct?
Yeah, the high pressure is in the chamber. That's what the manufacturer does for specifications, because that's when the highest pressure is. Once the bullet begins to move down the barrel, the pressure decreases rapidly from around 15 to 20,000 to about 5,000 if it's a 2-inch barrel, and if it's a 4-inch barrel, it's dropping down to 2,000. The manufacturer is principally interested in the pressure in the chamber, and that's what he uses to draw his specifications up when he constructs his loads of powder in a cartridge.
All right, doctor, if I get this correct, if I get your testimony correctly, you've got the chamber of the gun, which is relatively small. It's where the cartridge is loaded, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ready to be fired.
Yes, sir.
And that chamber pressure can get exceedingly high. Like you said, 15 to 20,000 PSI, correct?
For 38 special, yes.
All right. As soon as that gas goes into the barrel is a lot larger in volume than, in fact, the chamber is.
Yes.
Therefore, the pressure immediately decreases based on Boyle's law.
Yes, sir.
The volume increases, the pressure goes down, correct?
That's correct.
And as soon as that gas leaves the barrel, and we're talking about ambient barometric pressure now, basically atmospheric pressure, as soon as that gas leaves the barrel, once again, boom, the pressure drops.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You indicated on direct examination that you looked at some photographs of Ms. Clarkson's tongue, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you were talking about this 5,000 PSI, but in reality, that is a misstatement because there was not 5,000 plus PSI in her mouth. There was 5,000 PSI in the barrel of the weapon.
No, sir. It was 5,000 as it exits the muzzle.
And as soon as,
Actually, as the farther back you go in the barrel, the higher the pressure.
as soon as it comes out,
Dr. Tim Lowell, machine.
Okay, you still got more to go on your answer?
No.
as soon as, thank you, Your Honor, may I? As soon as the gas comes out of the barrel, that pressure has dropped. So in fact, in the volume of her headspace, we're not talking about 5,000 PSI. That pressure has radically dropped and the gases have expanded.
Yes, but it's still destructive because using your contention then, if you shoot somebody in the head with a 12-gauge shotgun, then I'm imagining the brain being all over the ceiling, the brain being all over the walls, and the brain being on the floor. Your head is not designed for 5,000 or 4,000 or 3,000 or 2,000. If so, I'll drop a 1,000-pound weight on your toe, and I bet you your toe is going to be in a little bad condition.
That's a great point, Dr. Di Maio. If there were 5,000 PSI, if there was 5,000 plus pounds per square inch of pressure in her head would have been pulverized. It would have blown completely apart.
Actually, no. What would happen was it would have blown out. What happens is when you have intraoral wounds like that, what usually happens is you get tears radiating from the corners of the mouth, the eyes, and then the cheeks may split. That's what usually happens.
Did you see photographs of Ms. Clarkson's mouth, eyes, lips, inner oral mucosa, etc.?
Yes.
Were her lips split apart?
No, because you said that was a different question you asked.
All I'm asking is, I'm asking a different question now. Were her lips split apart?
No, sir.
Were her nostrils split apart?
No, sir.
Were her eyes bulging?
No.
Did you see tears on the inside of her cheeks?
She had some lacerations on the inside. Okay, no, sir.
All right. You indicated that the tongue that was bruised on the left side,
Yes, sir.
I think in your direct testimony you said you didn't like to use this word often, but you did it. It was impossible for the muzzle of the gun, the end of the barrel of the gun, to have caused that bruise, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you ever bitten your tongue, Doc?
That's different. When you bite your tongue, you're putting the pressure down on a sharp edge. That's how you eat. There's a difference between that. But even if you have bitten your tongue, and I'm sure you have, you don't get a bruise, a big bruise on your tongue. What you're doing with your biting is you're cutting it with your teeth. This is a blunt force injury. Blunt force injuries are not cutting or biting injuries.
So you do agree that, in fact, this was a blunt force trauma to
This
the
is
tongue.
a blunt force trauma due to the gas expanding, fracturing the upper palate, and jamming the tongue against the skeletal structure.
The gas that we've now learned is not at 5,000 PSI, correct?
It's 5,000 pounds per square inch when it exits the barrel.
Right. When it's in
But
the
I mean, you know, and everybody knows that gas expands because all you had to do was look at the photograph of the gun being fired, and you notice how that gas cloud was a foot in diameter in atmosphere, where there was no restriction.
But doctor, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, yeah, never mind.
To suggest to this jury that the pressure in her mouth, in the volume of her headspace, was 5,000 PSI, that is incorrect if we're trying to get very accurate about this, correct?
No, actually, it is correct. It's 5,000 pounds when it exits the barrel.
And what is the exact pressure inside Miss Clarkson's mouth?
Objection made as to where.
Overruled, you may ask.
The question is impossible to answer because the only way to find this would be to stick guns in people's mouths, put pressure gauges, and then shoot them.
So-
and for somehow, I don't think your office would appreciate people being killed this way.
So to answer the question, Dr. Di Maio, to use your words, it is impossible to answer what the pressure inside her mouth was because you don't know the volume of her mouth, which under Boyle's law dictates the pressure, correct?
It's not that simple, even with your, if you knew the volume. Because what's happening is, as the gas begins to expand, it will also begin to expand, rushing out the nostrils and the mouth. So what will happen is you'll get 5,000, and then it'll begin to drop, and it'll drop not only because of expansion, but because the gas is going out the nostril and mouth. And so so the only way you could ever do measurements like that would be to literally shoot people in the mouth.
And saving that experiment, let's assume we're not going to do that experiment. I don't think we'll get away with it. You can't testify to what the pressure in her mouth was once the gas left the barrel, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you,
but
Doctor.
from doing autopsies, one knows that that pressure produces severe injuries and produces fractures.
I want to talk a little bit about what you said you expected to find on Mr. Spector's jacket. You've already said that you are not a backspatter expert, correct?
No, I said that I was only interested in backspatter coming from the body and going out, not calculating angles and things like that.
Can you tell me what Stokes' law is, please?
No, I can't.
Have any idea what it is?
No.
So you would have no idea how Stokes' law acts. And
Well, why
assume
don't you
for
just-
purposes of my question that it's a law of physics, all right?
Okay, I'm sure you'll tell it to me.
George Stokes, 1852.
That's nice. Go ahead.
The law of physics that dictates how fluid travels through a viscous material like, for instance, air.
Okay.
That sound familiar?
Vaguely, it sounds like second-year physics in college.
high school, actually. But that's been a while. Do you have any idea how Stokes' law plays into high velocity backspatter as blood, for instance, and let's use high velocity blood, as it is applied, as a high energy force is applied to it? Can you tell me how that plays into it?
Blood is a particle. You deliver kinetic energy to it and deliver velocity, it's going to move. It's going to move whether it's a motor vehicle or it's going to a droplet of blood.
Do you have any idea what the phrase terminal velocity means?
Yeah, it's the final velocity when the bullet impacts.
I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. It can have different meanings. In physics, terminal velocity. Do you know what it means? Not in ballistics.
I would assume it's the same thing, but just not applying in a more general way.
Okay. Would it sound correct to you if I told you that terminal velocity is the maximum speed under the laws of physics that an item can reach based on gravity in the world that we live in? The maximum speed. Does that sound right?
That would sound about right.
All right. Does it sound right, and does this remind you of either your college days or high school days, if I told you that Stokes' law is basically a surface area to mass ratio, and it's defined by a coefficient of drag? Doctor, let me finish. You'll get a chance. How far an item can travel through air based on that coefficient of drag, based on its surface area to mass ratio and the effects of gravity. Does any of that sound familiar?
It doesn't, but what sounds familiar, when I did my experiments and put a gun against a person's head and pulled the trigger, I got my face, my glasses, and my upper part were covered by material that was ejected from the body. Now, the body probably didn't know Stokes' laws, but it knows that when you have a contact wound and the gas goes into the body, it blows stuff back on you. And it blew in my face, it blew on my glasses, and it blew on, luckily, the gown, in which case I had to go and take a shower to get the pieces of the body off me. So I don't know the scientific law, but I know what happens when you put a gun against the head and you pull a trigger.
And of course, you're talking about a lot of particulate matter, and I don't think anybody's taken issue, Doctor, with the idea that tissue and materials can fly backward. All right?
And blood, too.
All right.
Because, again, I don't know the law, but I've gone to scenes where people have put shotguns like in their head, covered every wall surface with brain. I've seen people put guns in their mouth, .357 magnums, and blown part of the head off. And yes, I don't know the law, but I know what the effects of putting a gun in your mouth are. And I've seen the effects hundreds of times. And you don't have to know the law to know when the blood comes back and sprays all over you and kills you.
What size blood are you talking about, Doctor?
You can have both macro and micro particles if you use the German criteria.
What is the farthest distance, according to your expert opinion, what is the furthest distance that sub-millimeter sized particulate matter, blood, can travel?
What size particles?
Sub-millimeter. From 0.9 to 0.1.
We know that with animal experiments, these particles can travel for 4 feet, with cases of it going up to 2.5 millimeters, which is roughly 7 feet.
You mean 2.5 meters?
Oh, did I say? Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
said millimeters.
Oh, I'm sorry. So that would equal about 7 feet. Then we know with a .22, it can go 6 feet.
You're saying that sub-millimeter particles
Yes.
can travel 6 feet through the air.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of studies and publications in the scientific community, some done by your colleagues on this case, Stuart James, Paul Kitsch, Henry Lee, all of whom have stated, specifically Dr. Di Maio, that sub-millimeter sized particles, or what's considered mist-like particles, based on Stokes' law, can travel a maximum of about 2 to 3 feet, and in some laboratory conditions, theoretically, about 4 feet. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that they have, but it doesn't mean anything because when you shoot living animals and on people, this is what you get. These are the results. They were not shooting living animals, and these other distances in 6 or 7 are people. So this is not a theoretical, practical thing. This is not a theoretical thing, shooting sponges. This is shooting living animals and shooting people, and the blood goes that far.
So if the blood knows that it came from a sponge, it will travel one distance. But if the blood knows that it came from a live person, for instance, it'll travel a different distance based on physics.
Well,
Overruled.
sponges are not built like people. Sponges do not have blood pressure. Sponges do not have a resistance. Sponges do not have the characteristics of skin or tissue or bone. And the thing is, it doesn't matter what a sponge does. It's what a person does. And these are scientific experiments done on living creatures. It overrules the sponge. Sorry about that.
And it overruled. Oh, you don't have to apologize to me. You might want to apologize to George Boyle. I'm sorry, George Stokes. Let me ask you a different question, Dr. Maio. You said that sponges don't have blood pressure. So now are we to believe that your testimony is that it's the blood pressure that makes blood travel further?
No. It's not the blood pressure, but the blood is in blood vessels. Look, a sponge is not a person. You can shoot sponges until the cows come home. What you have to do is you have to shoot this research done in Germany is on living creatures. And what it found was that and what it states is the sponge results are not valid. And they have observations also on living people showing it's not valid. And if you go to scenes and you start doing your measurements, you will find out that blood does go farther. People are not sponges. Sponges are not people. The sponge experiments are nice for demonstrating and teaching the principles, but they are not real.
You're aware, Dr. Di Maio, that in that study, when Karger et al. Indicated that backspatter from a suicide victim went 6 feet, they indicated exactly that. Backspatter in total, not mist-like spatter. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, but you're not talking about mist-like spatter in this case.
All I'm asking you is whether you're aware that in Karger, and those findings in that one single paper that you're relying on, indicated that backspatter could go 6 feet, correct? Not indicating the size of it. You're aware of that?
That's correct.
Right.
I'm going to finish.
Let him finish his answer.
And you're talking about Dr. Karger, who's an MD, and his institute. It's the only person to do valid experiments. And just because it's one experiment, and just because you don't like the results, it's still a valid experiment. And the other things, shooting sponges, are not. Unless you're trying someone for murdering a sponge, these are the valid.
So after thousands upon thousands of pages of articles dedicated to applying Stokes' law to submillimeter particulate matter in backspatter cases, after experiment after experiment after experiment, after your colleagues, not just any colleagues, but people with PhDs who spend their life studying these laws that you don't even know, doctor. You're saying that all of that is invalidated by a German guy who shot a cow in the temple.
Yes,
Right.
because he did valid experiments published in international journals, reviewed. So, I know you don't like the results.
I didn't say I didn't like the results, doctor.
These results overrule that. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. It's
like
testimony.
the scientists all thought the world was flat. Then Columbus comes around and finds out it isn't. You mean we should disregard that and keep the world flat because it was only one Italian guy sailing for the Spanish queen? No. These are the valid. It goes further.
Doctor-
If you go to scenes, which, by the way, your criminalist admitted that she didn't go to scenes of suicides and saw this blood back.
I'm hoping, Doctor, that you have begun the process of publishing widely to the scientific community that you, in fact, Dr. Di Maio, have found the holy grail of backspatter, and that you and Dr. Carver are...
Sustained to the form of the question.
Have you let any of your friends and colleagues know that they've been wrong this whole time?
It's in my book, if they bother. Look, you don't like, I mean, this is not hard to find. All you do is you get on the computer, you get into a medical library, top backspatter, and within 30 seconds, you will get all these articles. It's not really hard. And, you know, if they haven't got them, I don't know what to say, but these are the only valid research experiments. That's it.
You're certainly not suggesting with these jurors, you were looking at the jurors, you're not suggesting that they should go on the internet and do any research.
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay,
I mean,
good.
yeah, they're not supposed to be doing it, you know,
Yeah.
hopefully.
They just are here to rely on your testimony, at least in part, correct?
Well, you could enter these into records and distribute them to the jurors.
Well, actually, that's up for the judge. That's up for the judge to decide what's distributed to the jurors. All I'm asking you is, you're relying on Carger and only Carger, because that, in your mind, is the only valid experiment. Correct?
It's not only.
This state's testimony.
He's going to answer that. The objection's overruled. You may
It's not only in my mind. These studies were published in 2 peer-reviewed medical journals. There have been no opposition to them, and some of the quotes they have go back to the 19th century. They're all in German, unfortunately, but they do. And these were done at institutes. Let's say. These were done at recognized institutes in Germany, and this is the leading edge of science in this field.
When was that published?
The first article was published in 1996. The second article in 1997. And the last article in 2002.
And you're aware that a lot of the other articles from your colleagues, et cetera, in books that are published have post-dated that Carger paper, correct?
I know, that's nice, but the problem basically is that to recreate is that you would if you want to challenge these papers, you're going to have to recreate the experimental situations, and you're going to have to shoot living things. And television aside, and CIAS or whatever, there is no money to do research because people most politicians don't care about forensic pathology. And the other thing is if you try to do these experiments in the United States, you'd run into big problems in medical schools because you have to keep once you purchase the animals, you have to keep them in special areas, cages. You have to have veterinarians.
Objection, Your Honor. This is non-responsive at this point.
Sustained. It's getting way too far. It's becoming a narrative.
Thank you. And the final period at the end of this sentence, Dr. Di Maio, is that when they shot the calves, they found the high-velocity backspatter. In other words, the misting-sized spatter traveled a maximum of 4 feet, correct?
I have no way of knowing. I do not have to study. He's asking, is that correct?
They found right with the cattle, and then they said if the gas effect, the traveling distance would have been greater if the gas effect had been as strong as in men because of anatomical differences in the cattle. In the cattle, the gunshot wounds did not split the skin, which they would have in man, and open the wound up bigger. In addition, in the cattle, there's a couple of, an inch or two of soft tissue underneath, which would have absorbed the gas. So they said that this effect is good for cattle, but for man, it would be even further. And that's when they mentioned the case from Wyman in 1931, where it went 2.5 meters, and their experience when it went 2 meters.
And you're saying the not being high velocity backspatter, not being mist-like spatter, but just backspatter in general, correct?
Backspatter in general.
Thank you, doctor. You indicated that in regard to the ejection of blood, in one of the documented discussions in the coroner's file, mention was made of the absence of backspatter on the hands of Lana Clarkson. Do you remember that?
No, the presence of.
You want to take a look at your report?
Yes, let me get it. Okay, where are you? You're on page 2?
Page 2, the fourth full paragraph, beginning at the top.
Okay, in regard to the ejection of blood.
Just read it to yourself, doctor, if you wouldn't
yes.
mind. All right. So you know where I'm at, yes?
Right.
All right. You indicated that in regard to the ejection of blood, in one of the documented discussions in the coroner's file, mention was made of the absence of backspatter on the hands of Miss Clarkson, correct?
Right.
And then you go on to say that you, in fact, did believe that there was backspatter, correct?
It's described by Jamie Wintmuth, and it's visible on that, the jury saw the photograph.
Yes or no?
Yes.
You went on to describe that there was a backspatter that you saw.
Yes.
All right. And you said, as to the subject of backspatter in general, absence of backspatter is not significant, only its presence.
That's correct.
But doctor, that's what my question is. Just a few minutes ago, we were talking about Mr. Spector's jacket, and you said the absence of backspatter was significant.
It's one of the factors that you consider, the absence, and as you pointed out, you have to consider both. In fact, you did say before, you said you should consider both negative and positive. And the thing is that she has backspatter, and he doesn't have it on his head. He didn't have it on his coat. So you have to weigh whether it's significant or not.
Did you say he didn't have it on his coat?
He did not have it on his sleeve, excuse me. And he had about 15 fairly large, non-mist-like spots on his left front.
You're sure about the sleeves?
I think he had one on the something on the edge, one blood spot on the edge.
And nothing else on the sleeves?
But he didn't have on the sleeves. No, he did not.
Nothing else?
No.
You're sure about that?
Yes.
On that note, we have arrived at the time to take our recess. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition. We will resume at 9:30. Thank you, doctor. Return at 9:30 tomorrow.
Remain seated and come to order. Department 106 is now in session. The Honorable Larry Paul Fiddler, judge presiding.
Thank you. The defendant's present with his counsel. The district attorneys are present. The jurors and alternates are present. The witness is present, still under oath, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Di Maio, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us again. I think when we last left off last night, or yesterday afternoon, I had asked you about one passage in your report. I believe it was on the second page, second to the last paragraph, where you indicated, in regard to the ejection of blood, in one of the documented discussions in the coroner's file, mention was made of absence of backspatter on the hands of Ms. Clarkson, and you go on to describe that a bit. And then you go on to say, as to the subject of backspatter in general, absence of backspatter is not significant, only its presence.
Yes,
and
sir.
I had asked you if, wasn't it true, Dr. Di Maio, just a few minutes earlier in our discussion, you had indicated that you made mention of the absence, or what you consider to be absence, of backspatter on Mr. Spector's jacket, and you did think that was consistent. Do you remember that?
Did think it was consistent. Yes,
Okay.
because it was present on Miss Clarkson's hand. You have to check you have to correlate the positives with the negatives. You don't consider anything in a vacuum.
Okay, so when you got to Miss Clarkson's hands, and there was not to use your word, a copious amount of blood on her hands in the form of backspatter, you indicated that's not significant. Only its presence would be significant, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when it came to Mr. Spector's jacket, you indicated that the absence of backspatter, in your opinion, was significant, correct?
Yes, because you're comparing the two things. One has backspatter and one doesn't have backspatter. And you're not considering it isolated in a vacuum.
So is it your testimony that, well, let me ask it this way. Isn't it true that in your mind, if it benefits Mr. Spector to say that the backspatter is significant, you'll say that? If it benefits Mr. Spector to say the backspatter is insignificant, you'll say that, depending on which way it benefits Mr. Spector, your client.
No, sir. What I'm pointing out is that when you consider all aspects of the case, the intraoral wound, the backspatter, the gunshot residue, and the tissue, then this indicates that the gun was in the hand of Miss Clarkson. And there's no other evidence that it was in any other person's hands, and there's no evidence that it was in Mr. Spector's hand.
And of course, you indicated that, well, by the way, there's no evidence that it was in Ms. Clarkson's hands either.
Yes, sir, there is.
In your opinion, what is that?
The evidence is very simple. This is an intraoral gunshot wound. There is backspatter on both her hands. There's copious gunshot residue on both hands. There is tissue on both arms. And then when you assemble all of these facts, you put them together, this indicates that she had the weapon in her hand, and there's no evidence that anyone else had a weapon in their hand.
You said that the first thing out of your mouth, once again, when talking about what your opinion is based on, is the fact that the statistic of intraoral gunshot wounds and the fact that this, in fact, was an intraoral gunshot wound, correct?
I think you don't understand how physicians work. When a person comes in with a fever,
Objection, this is non-responsive, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was the first thing you said intraoral gunshot wound, and therefore that plays into your opinion that she was holding the gun?
Yes, sir, because
okay, and
that's
in
a
your
fact.
mind, doctor, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
If only yes or no, if it can be answered yes or no. So.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And in your mind, once again, you're basing your opinion, as any credible forensic expert would, on objective, scientific evidence, correct? Those three words are what you said.
Yes, sir.
The hallmark of a neutral, objective, credible expert is to use objective scientific evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second thing you said was the backspatter on her hands was significant in your mind in putting the gun in her hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet there was backspatter on Mr. Spector's jacket, correct?
Yes, large backspatter. There was no misting on his jacket.
It was actually sub-millimeter sized particles, correct?
There was some, but there's no misting.
And you're not a criminalist, correct?
No, but I saw the particles, I saw their size, and I was standing next to Mr. Kish and Mr. James and Dr. Lee when they said there was no misting. In addition, the distribution of the blood is from almost the top of the jacket to the lower portion of the jacket. You don't get this in misting. Misting is small particles over a small concentrated area.
And didn't you tell us that you are not, in fact, a backspatter expert?
No, sir. I did not say that. I said that I did not do interpretation of backspatter off the bodies. I said my interest in is the backspatter coming from the body until it stops. And then everything else with the calculations and math and figuring out angles and such, I don't do.
And Dr. Di Maio, the calculation on the jacket is something that a backspatter analyst would be left to do, correct?
No, sir, because we're not calculating anything. You're just looking at it visually.
Doctor, isn't it true?
Wait, you're cutting him off before he answers.
I apologize, Your Honor.
And the thing is you're going by size. And one of the things that you pointed out, I pointed out there are standards in autopsies. And one of the things you're supposed to do is locate and measure. And so if you locate and measure, this is not mist-like stains. It doesn't meet the criteria.
And of course, the forensic scientist, the PhD, Dr. Lynn Harold, who is in fact a member of the National Association of Backspatter Analysts, which you are not a member of, correct?
That's correct.
Argumentative.
He hadn't even finished his question yet, I don't think.
You are in fact not a member of that organization, correct?
That's correct.
She's been taking classes on backspatter analysis and backspatter calculation since 1983, which you have not, correct?
I tend to agree. This is now just, if you have a question, go ahead and get to it.
Sure. You heard the testimony of Dr. Lynn Harold, a PhD, who is in fact a backspatter analyst, correct?
I heard something.
And she defined this sub-millimeter particulate matter that was on Mr. Spector's jacket as misting-like or mist-like backspatter, correct?
Yes, sir, but I also know she took the courses from Mr. James, who was her instructor, who says it's not mist-like and disagrees with her.
Doctor, I'm not asking you what someone else said, who's also being paid by the defendant. I'm asking you what your opinion is.
Sustain. The question is stricken. You may rephrase it.
Thank you. And yesterday, by the way, you said in your opinion, it's based solely on the Carter paper, that backspatter can travel up to 6 feet, correct?
No.
All right.
The answer is no, sir.
All right.
The answer will stand.
Did you indicate that backspatter, in your opinion, in your professional opinion as an expert, backspatter can travel up to 6 feet?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
But all you have to do is go to the scene and you'll see it.
All right. If in fact it can travel 6 feet, it can travel 5 feet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it can travel 4 feet.
Yes, sir.
And it can travel 3 feet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 2,
Yes, sir.
and 1.
Yes.
You also said that based on the GSR, you can put the gun in Miss Clarkson's hand, correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
I said that the presence of copious gunshot residue on a hand is consistent with her having the guns in the hand. And I just used that and the other facts, the blood splatter plus the intraoral wound plus the tissue, to come to my opinion. And I said it's not just one factor. It's you put all the factors together. Like it's assembling a puzzle, picture puzzle. One piece means nothing. You put it all together and you see the picture.
All right, and just a second ago in your answer, you said blood splatter. You do realize that it's spatter. There's no L in the word spatter, correct?
Yes, but I have a thick New York accent, and I think occasionally my words don't sound the way they're supposed to.
And it turns the word spatter into splatter.
No, I think people have problems understanding me.
I see. I must have misunderstood, Doctor. All right, the 3 things that you just mentioned to this jury that in your mind puts the gun in Clarkson's hand and not in Philip Spector's hand, if I can recap that answer, is the fact that it was an intraoral gunshot wound, the fact that she had backspatter on her hands, and the fact that she had GSR on her hands.
And she also has tissue up and down her arms.
Okay, you're aware that using those same criteria, that intraoral gunshot wounds can be homicides as well as suicides, correct?
Virtually never, less than 1%, even according to your own medical examiner, Dr.
Doctor,
Pena.
all I'm asking you is can and have you seen intraoral gunshot wounds as homicides?
Yes, sir, I've seen 3 in 37 years.
And so the answer is yes, Doctor.
I said yes.
Okay. And backspatter was in fact on Mr. Spector's jacket as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Spector also had GSR on his hands, correct?
He had 1 particle.
Did Mr. Spector or did he not have GSR on his hands?
I said yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, you told us yesterday, you told this jury yesterday, that the GSR in Mr. Spector's hands is also, to use words, consistent with him firing the weapon.
Sure. Any gunshot residue is consistent with the person firing the weapon or handling it.
So the answer is yes. The GSR on his hands is consistent with him having fired the weapon.
Yes, sir, but she's got much more copious, and therefore the copious gunshot residue is more significant than 1, because 1 can easily be a contaminant from either the air, from being handcuffed, or from being in the back of a police car.
And it also can be removed by the lapse of time, correct?
Yes, depending on the size of the particles.
It can also be removed by washing the hands, correct?
If you have any evidence of washing the hands, which there is no evidence.
Oh, we'll get to that in a second, Doctor.
But there's no blood in the blood traps, so
You
you're just
also have-
speculating when you say that.
Sir, you're starting to go on way beyond what the question calls.
Sorry.
Please don't volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. It can be removed by washing hands, correct?
Yes, sir.
It can be removed by wetting hands, correct?
To get all your gunshot residue off, usually you have to vigorously wash the hands with soap and water.
Correct. So if in fact you just wet your hands, you might still see a couple of GSR particles after wetting your hands, correct?
You might, yes.
And of course you found, or you're aware that a couple of GSR particles were in fact found on Mr. Spector's hands, correct?
Only one specific particle was found.
One unique particle, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
You can use different terminology, different labs.
And one consistent particle, correct?
And one consistent, which means, you're right, yes.
And you're aware of what time Mr. Spector's GSR analysis was taken, or the sample was
It's
taken?
a few hours later, yes, sir.
It was actually 2 hours later, wasn't it?
Right.
All right.
That's
And-
2 hours.
And the passage of time can in fact remove GSR from someone's hands.
2 hours should not, you should only use maybe a couple of the larger particles, but there should still be gunshot residue in 2 hours. You can get it out to 6 hours, easy.
And yesterday when you were talking about the GSR, and I think we covered this yesterday, but since you brought it up again, I'll ask you to follow up on that.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday you indicated that to the jury that the GSR, in your opinion, was consistent with Ms. Clarkson having fired the weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that when she was shot, she was immediately incapacitated, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that the cloud of GSR that would have covered her would have basically gone out in a cloud. I think you said GSR can sometimes travel, I think you said 30 feet out of a muzzle, correct?
The studies conducted in Czechoslovakia have shown that gunshot residue from the front of the gun can go up to about 30 feet. Obviously, it didn't go out. In this case, the gun is in the mouth, so that's not. Going to the side, it can go 8 meters, which is about 24 feet. Going backwards, it can go about 9 feet.
You're familiar with the Journal of Forensic Sciences, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact,
I was
how'd you-
an editor on it, don't forget.
Okay.
On the board of editors, excuse me.
So that is a journal that you would consider to be a reputable journal in the industry?
Yes, sir.
Back in 1976, are you aware that J. Andrasko, that's last name is spelled Andrasko, a PhD, submitted a paper in the journal called Detection of Gunshot Residue on Hands by Scanning Electron Microscopy. You aware of that?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Dr. Androsky, I believe it's pronounced Androsky, Androsko, I apologize, doctor. Are you aware that Dr. Androsko published findings concerning the test firing of a weapon and the subsequent GSR results on a person's hands?
No, sir. Since
That-
I don't know the article, I can't be aware of what he published in it.
This is just a foundational question. I just want to know if
Yes,
that
sir.
rings any bells.
No, sir.
All right. Are you aware that in a paragraph called influence of rinsing and wiping the hands, he indicated,
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained to the way you're asking the question.
Your Honor, this is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but to find out whether or not this has any impact on this witness's
But by
opinions.
reading the article, you can certainly ask questions, just questions without quoting the article or quoting the doctor.
I won't quote the article then, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll refer to the article, Doctor, and tell me if this is in compliance or it comports with your understanding of the general scientific community's understanding of GSR.
What year was it?
This is 1976.
So about almost 30 years ago. That's more than 30 years ago. It's 31 years ago.
Doctor, we can all do the math. All I'm asking you is if you're aware of the article.
No, okay.
All right.
And the senior author was?
The senior author was Androsko,
Okay.
PhD. Are you aware that he did a study wherein a firearm was discharged or a weapon was discharged and the shooting hand was rinsed with low pressure running water for a few seconds and then was wiped off with a cloth, a laboratory towel? I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
And then a tape was used for collection immediately after this procedure. It was a test or lab environment. And GSR was in fact found on the hand.
Objection, hearsay.
Does that sound right?
I'm going to sustain the objection by referring back to the article. You make it hearsay. If you simply want to use those facts without referring to the article as the basis of a hypothetical, you may do so.
In your opinion, based on this following set of facts, would you expect to find GSR on hands? All right, and the facts are discharge of a weapon in a laboratory environment, washing or rinsing the hands with low pressure water, wiping the hands on a laboratory towel, and then collecting GSR immediately after the process. Would you expect to find GSR on those hands?
You can. It depends. Some studies have shown if you wash with soap and water, you can get rid of it all. If you wash rinsing, There may be some residual. It just depends.
All right, hypothetically, if in fact within 2 hours of searching, of doing the experiment, only 2 particles consisting of lead, barium, and antimony were identified on hand, would you consider that to be consistent with the findings in this case? 2 particles found on Mr. Spector.
Objection, here's.
No, overruled.
You mean if he washed his hands the way it was done in the experiment?
If he rinsed his hands with low pressure and water.
Washed water. Yes, but did he wash his hands? I mean, it's, again, you're speculating that he did.
Actually, doctor, I'm not asking you to tell me what I'm doing. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm asking some questions. All I want is your opinion.
Yes.
All right? So in fact, going back to your testimony yesterday, the GSR particles that were found on Mr. Spector's hands are in fact consistent with him having fired a weapon. Isn't that right?
If you can prove that he washed his hands. Yes.
So the only way, in your opinion, in your expert opinion, the only way that if he fired the weapon, that he could later, 2 hours later, be found with 2 particles on his hands, consistent and unique. The only way he could have that is if he actively and vigorously washed his hands. Is that your testimony?
No, sir. What I'm saying is that in Ms. Clarkson's hands, there's copious amounts. There's 2 particles on his hands. And there's no evidence that he washed his hands.
You're aware that there was a wet, bloody diaper found at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And it's, I assume, notwithstanding your example of some guy in Colorado on an autopsy table sitting straight up, I assume that your testimony is not that Ms. Clarkson could get up and walk around after she was shot through the neck and her spine was transected, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so she was immediately incapacitated, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
No, she was immediately dead, actually.
All right, and there was a wet, bloody rag found at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that bloody rag had her blood on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Indicating that somebody wet that rag and somebody put her blood on that rag, correct?
Yes. Well, somebody, yes.
Yeah, and it certainly wasn't Miss Clarkson, was it?
That's correct.
And your understanding, it was Mr. Spector, correct?
I would assume so.
Okay, assuming that it was Mr. Spector who wet the rag, he had to wet the rag with something, I'm assuming using hands, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in fact, there is evidence that Mr. Spector wet his hands while wetting the rag, correct?
No, sir.
So you believe that it's more reasonable, Doctor?
Sir,
Let me finish my
didn't-
question.
I don't think he finished his answer. You may finish your answer.
Sir, you can wet a rag without wetting your hands or washing your hands. I just did it this morning with a face towel. I ran water on it and I didn't wash my hands. Just because a rag is wet doesn't mean that you washed your hands.
Doctor, was there blood found at the scene other than on the wet rag and on Lana Clarkson's body?
There's blood found in a few places, yes.
Tell me where.
I think there was in the doorknob, was one of the places. There was on the stairs. I think there was upstairs in a bathroom.
All right, and who, in your expert opinion, would have left that blood in various places in the foyer?
It would be Mr. Spector.
Okay, so Mr. Spector did in fact have blood on his hands, correct? At some point in the evening after Ms. Clarkson was killed, correct?
Yes.
And that blood all came back through DNA testing. It all came back to Mr. Spector, your client, correct?
Argument.
The term your client, take it out.
It all came back to Mr. Spector, correct?
No, it came back to Miss Clarkson.
I'm sorry, my mistake. All the blood came back to Ms. Clarkson.
Yes, sir.
All right, none of the blood came back to Mr. Spector, correct?
That's correct.
So he had her blood on his hands and he was moving throughout the house, correct?
I would assume so.
Yet you're also aware that when he was arrested, that no blood was found on his hands. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't mistake the evidence.
No, it does not. The objection is overruled.
Thank you. You're aware that no blood was found on Mr. Spector's hands after he was arrested.
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, when he was fingerprinted, et cetera, there's a specific, and my mistake, when he was tested for GSR, et cetera, there's a form that's filled out. And on that form, it indicates any blood on the hands, and it was written none seen. You
Yes.
remember that? All right, you saw that report.
I don't remember it, but I'll take your word for it.
But you're aware of the existence of it.
I'll take your word for it.
All right, so if let's just walk through it. If Mr. Spector had blood on his hands after Ms. Clarkson was shot, and he moved through the house and transferred blood onto the doorknob, the latch bolt, the banister, upstairs on his jacket, and later was found to have no blood on his hands, Doctor, is it reasonable to assume, in your expert opinion, that Mr. Spector somehow wet, wiped, or washed his hands off?
Or he went to her aid, tried to wipe some blood off with the cloth, And then he used the cloth, had some blood. He had blood in his pocket where he put his hand in. But there's no proof that he washed his hands because you check the taps in the bathroom and there's no blood in the taps.
Doctor, there was an open toilet right next to the bloody rag, wasn't there?
Well, didn't your people check the toilet also?
Was there or was there not an open toilet right next to the bloody wet rag?
Yes, sir, but when people go to wash their hands, they usually wash their hands in a sink rather than washing in a toilet.
What if they just killed somebody, doctor?
I would still wash my hands in a sink. People are, your whole life is instilled that you don't wash your hands in a toilet. If you're in a daze or anything and you're going to wash your hands, you're going to do what you do every time of the day, which is automatic. You automatically go to a sink and wash your hands.
Unless you just killed somebody and want to minimize the trace that's left, correct?
Now, given the previous answer, I'm going to allow the question.
Thank you. Unless you just killed somebody and you panic and you don't want to leave traces of blood in your sink. Isn't that right?
You'd have to be a master criminal, and I really don't think he's a master criminal. I mean,
again,
and I wouldn't wash my hands in the bathroom. I'd go outside. I'd use the hose or someplace like that if I was going to do it.
All right.
I wouldn't use the toilet.
Again, the hallmark, Dr. Di Maio, of a credible expert is to ensure that when reciting facts of a case for your conclusion, you don't shade your testimony in any way, shape, form, or fashion toward one side or toward the other. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And you wouldn't be doing that in this case, would you?
That is correct. But you also have to consider that when people put hypotheses or theories, and there's absolutely no proof of them, you can't consider them fact. If you say he washed his hands, you have to have some proof. I can't consider it as a fact because you want me to consider it a fact. There is no proof. If
the wet rag, in your opinion, is not proof that he wet the rag.
Yes, but we're talking about washing hands. There's no proof. When you tried to prove he washed his hands, you found out there was no blood in the trap in the sink. So you have absolutely no proof. No proof. You're speculating.
Is there any proof, Dr. Di Maio, that Mr. Spector wet his hands in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
There is no proof.
There's no proof that he wet the rag, in your opinion.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, someone had to wet the rag.
So you think wet the rag, Dr. Di Maio?
Right, but there's no proof that he washed his hands.
Dr.
There's
Di Maio,
no blood in the trap. I said it.
Your Honor, objection. This is non-responsive.
Well, some of it's non-responsive. If you want to object on those grounds, it's fine, but you're also crossing over each other. So go ahead and ask a question. Answer the question directly, Doctor.
I am asking you a direct question, Dr. Di Maio. Is there proof in your mind, in your expert opinion, that Mr. Spector wet his hands the night of Lana Clarkson's death?
There is no proof.
There is no proof that he wet a rag, in your expert opinion.
Yes, there is proof.
So he wet the rag, in your expert opinion, without coming in contact with any water on his hands. Is that your testimony, Dr. Maio?
No, sir, but I said there was no proof that he washed his hands.
That's not what my question. I asked you if he wet his hands, Dr. Maio.
Probably there was some transfer of water, yes.
So now there is evidence in your mind, or proof, as you put it, that he wet his hands, correct?
Sir, there's a difference between wetting your hands and washing your hands. I'm sure your mother, when you came home with dirty hands and told you to wash your hands and you dunked it under the water for a second.
It is non-responsive.
Dr. Di Maio, I asked you, did you not understand my question? I asked you if he wet his hands, and you said there's no proof that he wet his hands in your expert opinion, correct?
I said there was no proof, but he probably did because he wet the cloth. But then you asked me, did he wash the hands? And there's no proof. There's no blood in the trap, in the sink.
I actually didn't ask you if he washed his hands. Once again, and I'm going to try this for about the 5th time now.
Yes.
Is there in your...
Sustained in the form of the question.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. In your mind, in your expert opinion, Dr. Di Maio, is there proof that he wet his hands on the night of Lana Clarkson's death after she was killed?
All I could say is he probably would have gotten some water on his hands, because if you wet a cloth, you can wet it without washing your hands. You probably get a little water on your hands.
And of course, that's what you think he did. He wet the rag without getting any water or any substantial amount of water on his hands.
Because there is no proof
that he washed his hands. Your people took the traps apart in the bathrooms, and there's no blood there.
And of course, it's impossible in your mind that he would have used the open toilet 6 inches away from where the rag was found, correct?
Well,
Is it impossible?
nothing is impossible.
So it is
But
possible
it's-
that that's what he used.
Anything under the sun is possible, but it's not probable. People work mostly by instinct, and especially if you consider that they had done something really serious wrong. They're not sitting there and thinking of traps. I'm sure that most of the jury never even thought of checking traps. Well, maybe they saw CSI and they did, but traps looking for blood.
Well, Dr. Di Maio, let me just ask you this. How many people have you shot and killed?
Oh, I'm afraid not. Haven't killed anyone.
Right. So you
Yeah.
have no idea what goes through one's mind when something like that serious happens.
No, but I've seen a couple of thousand people murdered, and I've seen how people react, and most people panic because people are not cold-blooded killers.
And when someone panics, it might be reasonable for, I don't know, take a rag and dunk it in the toilet, correct?
People work by instinct. People will go. The problem is you're introducing the toilet. because
Objection.
you-
This is non-responsive.
Sustain.
Let's move back to your report, Doctor.
I'm sorry, jurors? Yes.
Your Honor, can the witness speak closer to the microphone?
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not those. Those don't go to the jury. This one, sir. Maybe if you use this microphone, pull it
Oh,
on.
okay. I didn't realize. I
you.
apologize. Okay.
Let's get back to your report, Dr. Di Maio. One of the things that you mentioned in your direct testimony yesterday, Doctor, was about taking a history. It's important, and you explained to the jurors that it's important for a forensic pathologist, just like it's important for an internal medicine doctor, to take a history, a medical history. And you talked about how you did that utilizing Lana Clarkson's medical history, some of the history in her life, including emails that is not necessarily about medicine. And then you talked about her career a little bit. I want to ask you about that. On the third page of your report, page 3, the second full paragraph, you posed the question, why would Ms. Clarkson have shot herself? And that's how you introduced that paragraph talking about her history, et cetera, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many people were in the room, to your understanding, when Ms. Clarkson was shot to death?
Miss Clarkson, based on the physical evidence, several feet away would be Mr. Spector.
Why do you say several feet away?
Due to the blood spatter and the widespread distribution of it. It's going from the top to the bottom,
And you've
which
already
means
indicated-
it's gone a far distance. It's spread out. It's not concentrated in one small area.
As a matter of fact, you're aware that the blood spatter on his jacket came from about mid-breast to about below the pocket level
Yeah, it's about
of his jacket, correct?
2 feet. 2 feet.
2 feet total from top to bottom vertically, correct?
Right, and
Yeah.
which means there's widespread dispersion. It's not all concentrated in a close area, but it's spread out.
And of course, you're not a blood stain pattern analyst, correct?
No, sir, but I've seen blood spray come out of bodies at seams and on clothing.
Actually-
You can tell when it's widespread dispersion.
Okay, and I'm sorry, we sort of did a double negative. I asked you if you were not a blood stain pattern analyst, and I asked correct, and you said no. Let me ask that again. Are you a blood stain pattern analyst, just to clear up the record?
No.
Okay. You posed the question, knowing that there were 2 people in the room when Ms. Clarkson was killed, correct? You posed the question, why would Ms. Clarkson have shot herself, correct? In your report.
It's a rhetorical question, right?
Right. All I'm asking is, did you pose that question or did you not, Dr.
Yes.
Di Maio? And of course, you didn't pose the question, why would Mr. Spector have shot the victim, correct?
Because by that time, when I wrote the report...
First of all, I need an answer to the question before you explain it. Did you or did you not put in your report the rhetorical, as you put it, question, why would Mr. Spector have shot the victim? You didn't put that in your report, did you?
Because that was not the section of the report that I was addressing, the material having to do with Mr. Spector. I was
Okay.
addressing Ms. Clarkson at that time.
Doctor, this is a 4-page, make that 5-page report. Can you point me to the place in the report where you indicate the rhetorical question, why would Mr. Spector have shot Ms. Clarkson?
I didn't.
You didn't put that in your report, did
I
you?
didn't put that in the rhetorical, because by the time I had written the report, I had reviewed all the material, and based on the fact that it was an intraoral wound, the gun splatter, tissue and the gunshot residue that was in her hands, and therefore that he did not fire the gun.
So you had already-
therefore, why put a rhetorical question to something that did not happen?
So in other words, you had already reached your conclusion at the time that you wrote the report.
Well, yes, of course.
Okay. Just making sure, doctor. Would it make any difference to you in reaching your conclusion who the other person in the room was? If, in fact, you find a dead woman in someone's foyer, would it make any difference who the other person was? Mother Teresa or Charles Manson?
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
Overruled.
If the physical evidence showed she shot herself, no.
You would just ignore who that other person is and any history behind that person, correct?
No, sir. What I said is if the physical evidence showed she fired the weapon, then what does it matter if even you were there?
And you indicated that, in fact, Dr. Di Maio, the physical evidence that you're relying on, for instance, the GSR that you rely on, is consistent with Mr. Spector having fired the weapon, as well as blood spatter being on his jacket is consistent with Mr. Spector being in the vicinity of the fired weapon, as well as intraoral gunshot wounds can be and have been homicides in the past, correct?
Sir.
Yes or no, doctor?
Yes, sir, but
Thank
you're
you.
not. Never mind.
With regard to Ms. Clarkson's medical history, you indicated in your report that, and I think you may have mentioned on the direct examination with Mr. Plord, that you based your opinion in part on the fact that Ms. Clarkson was, in your mind, depressed and was taking medication for antidepressant, correct?
That she was taking antidepressants. But the thing is, her medical history...
Objection. This is non-responsive.
Okay.
Just a second. First of all, is there an objection? It may have been corrected by Mr.
I
Jackson.
think he was correct, that's why.
Okay. You may go ahead and phrase your question.
No, I think the doctor was still going.
Are you still answering?
If so, I've forgotten what the question is.
All right,
So let's go on.
It's important, obviously, Dr. Di Maio, for any physician to take into account the truth of what the medication, any medication that someone has been prescribed, the truth about what it was prescribed for, correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, any credible physician would want to make sure that they understood and explored the actual medication that was being taken and why it was being taken, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you indicate that Ms. Clarkson was taking the antidepressant Paxil, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware, of course, Dr. Di Maio, that Dr. Kudrow prescribed that medication not for depression, not having anything to do with depression, but rather for severe headaches, correct?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled. This is based how he's basing the medications, and it's contained in the records which he's reviewed.
Yes,
He is able to give an answer based on that. The objection is overruled.
Thank you.
Yes, these drugs are also used for severe headaches, where you do.
Objection, this is anything beyond that is non-responsive.
Sustained.
Thank you. You're aware that Dr. Kudrow is a neurologist, not a psychologist.
I think he's also a psychiatrist, too, if I remember his letterhead.
You're aware that
Excuse me, sir.
Go ahead and finish your answer.
I think the letterhead says that he's both a neurologist and psychiatrist. I'm not 100% sure of it, but...
Are you speculating about that?
I'm not speculating. I'm trying to remember, sir.
Okay, well, let me see if I can help your memory.
Well, if we could see his letterhead, we could tell.
Doctor, let me see if this refreshes your recollection. The name of the clinic is the California Medical Clinic for Headache and Neurological Research Institute, correct?
Right.
All right. And you're aware that he was not prescribing Paxil for depression. He was prescribing Paxil for headaches, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. I don't think that's what the record says.
I have reviewed those records at an earlier time, and I believe that is in the records. If I'm wrong, then we'll correct it at a later time, but the objection is overruled.
You're aware that, in fact, the records do indicate, Dr. Kudrow's records specifically indicate that he was prescribing Elavil and Paxil for headaches, correct?
He was giving it for headaches, yes.
All right, so you knew that the Paxil was not prescribed for depression.
Yes.
Yet in your report, you indicated Ms. Clarkson was depressed and she was prescribed an antidepressant, correct?
Right. At the time, I thought she was being described for that. And then when I went back and reviewed the records, she was being given it for her headaches, for which there was no etiology.
So, in fact, you wrote your report and came to your conclusions without a full knowledge of exactly what it was that you were writing about, correct?
In this instant, yes, sir.
Thank you. You reviewed her emails as well.
Yes, sir.
Who provided you those emails?
The defense, obviously.
Defense who? Which defense? I mean, the defendant or one of the lawyers? Or
Well, the attorneys, yes.
which attorney?
I have absolutely no idea. I mean, the records are shipped to me, and the material's in there. I don't remember who shipped the records.
And how many emails were you asked to review?
There was a whole bunch of emails.
Okay. And of course, you indicated on direct examination, and you even referred to them in your report, that there were certain emails where Ms. Clarkson indicated some level of angst, correct?
Objection, argument.
Did he use those words?
That's my word.
Not sure what that means.
Well, I do, so I'm going to overrule the objection. I think the doctor
That
understands.
she was
that.
not happy. She was down and out.
Oh,
Those are
yes.
the emails that you're talking about.
Yeah, she
All
says
right.
it a number of times.
Did
yeah.
you review all of her emails, Doctor?
Sure. Most of them are innocuous. That have nothing to do with it.
Were you-
And some of them said she was happy with her job.
I see. So some of the emails did, in fact, show a positive outlook and a happy outlook, correct?
Oh, yeah, they varied. And then there was others where she felt she was going to be kicked out of a house and that she didn't have any money, that she didn't have any skills.
Doctor, I'm not asking you about those.
Did not finish the answer.
Responsive.
It is non-responsive to the question that was asked, so the objection by the prosecution is sustained. Yours is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead and ask another question.
So there were emails in which Lana Clarkson indicated that she was upset, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were emails that indicated that she was happy and positive and looking toward a bright future, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The emails that were happy and positive were closer in time to her death, correct?
You're talking about the emails about her job.
No, I'm talking about emails in general.
Well, we're talking about, I wouldn't say they're close at time. They're all grouped about the same time. They can begin in December and January.
The emails that you talked about where she was upset, down, out, etc., coincided with her breaking her wrists a year earlier, correct? And some predated that.
No, sir. You're wrong.
Isn't it true that the emails that
No,
dealt
sir,
with
you're
her,
wrong.
Doctor?
I said no.
He hadn't finished asking his question, sir.
Isn't it true that the emails that dealt with her being happy and responding RSVPing to parties and indicating that she was in a good mood, that she was looking forward to her job, that she was looking forward to the upcoming pilot season, that she was looking forward to having her headshots done, that she was looking forward to the infomercial, all of those emails were about December to February of December of 2002 to February of 2003, about the time when she died. Are you aware of that?
Overruled.
Are you aware of that, Doctor?
You're wrong, sir. The emails where she was saying she had problems were also in December. You're ignoring the emails that were in December, that where she did that. Do you want me to read the emails out to you?
Doctor, how about this? I'll read you some emails and I'll give you some dates. I'll read you some stuff from her computer and ask you if you remember the date.
Go ahead.
Do you recall Anne-Marie Donahue Crawford inviting Miss Clarkson to a birthday party, Lee's birthday, Leigh', Lee's birthday, and Lana Clarkson responding on February 2nd that she couldn't wait to go. And she signed it XOXO Lana, as in hugs and kisses, hugs and kisses.
Yeah, I think she
Lana.
signed all her things XOXO.
Did she sign the doctor? Do you understand my question?
Yes,
did
I
she or did she
understand.
not sign that document XOXO Lana?
I assume so. What I'm saying is I think she signed all of them XOXO.
I realize what you're saying, doctor, and I'm asking you to answer my question. Did she or did she not?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I
Okay.
can't
Does
tell you.
does it refresh your recollection that I just read that to you?
No, sir, it does
Okay.
not.
How about this one, doctor? Do you need a minute?
No, go ahead. I'm looking for the ones that in which are opposite
Well,
to the
doctor,
ones
why
that
don't you answer
said.
the questions that I ask you, and if I ask you about something that you need to refer to, then you can refer to it.
Yes, sir. I'm waiting for your
You
questions.
done? Okay. January 12th, 2003. Be safe, sweetheart, and have fun! Exclamation point. I can pick up some hours assisting, so I'm not available this weekend after all. Doing a photography show at Pasadena Art Center.
Slow down, Mr. Jackson.
I apologize, Diane. Doing a photography show at Pasadena Art Center. Looking forward to finally seeing your pretty face upon your return. Hugs and kisses, Lana, and midnight. Did you read that email?
I assume I did since I read them all.
Did you read the email on January 20th, 2003?
I can't.
I'm sorry.
I can't tell you because I don't have the dates in front of
Okay,
me.
if you can't tell me, just tell me so.
I
But let me
can't
ask
tell you,
this.
but I said I've read the emails. but you're cherry picking the emails.
Wait, was I cherry picking the emails, doctor? Or were you cherry picking the emails when you didn't tell this jury yesterday in direct examination that you reviewed emails where she was happy and positive and had a bright outlook? Were you cherry picking those?
No, sir.
Did you tell this jury about
Just a
this?
second, let him answer the question as to whether he was cherry picking.
As a physician, you analyze all of the symptoms. Anyone who knows depression knows that people go in and out. The emails that are significant are the ones when the person says they're depressed. And if it's cyclic and if it continues. Now, everyone, even if you're depressed, you have good times. And so you're doing that, but then there's emails in December
Objection, this is
and
not a sponsor.
February.
It's still, he's indicating, you asked the question whether he was cherry picking. He's explaining why he, in his mind, he did not.
Fine.
You may continue.
There's emails in December, there's emails in February telling about financial problems and things like that. And the thing is actually, when I first started my testimony, I said that if you look at the histories in both cases, they're a wash. On his side and her side, you can bleed anything you want on both sides. And that in this case, the only way you're going to settle this is with the physical evidence. And that the history in this case, you have two histories, they're contradictory.
Objection, at this point it's not responsive.
Now, I still think, I realize it's a long answer, but based upon the question you asked him, I'm giving him an opportunity to explain why he mentioned certain emails and not others.
There's things, against Mr. Spector, there's things against Ms. Clarkson, and, bad things on both sides, good things on both sides. And in the end, you sit there and you say, I can't side based on that. And so what you have to do is the physical evidence. So in this case, the history is a wash. It's not going to help you. And that's why I said that my testimony is based on the physical evidence, because looking at it both back and forth, I can say, I can't tell from either the testimony against Mr. Spector or the material about Ms. Clarkson. It's just kind of wash.
Then why yesterday, my question is, why yesterday did you, well, let me ask it this way. Did you yesterday, during direct examination with Mr. Plord, did you in fact tell this jury about the positive emails that you were obviously very familiar with, doctor? Did you or did you not?
No, because they're not significant medically.
Okay. So only that the ones that are negative in your mind yesterday were significant to tell this jury about.
They're significant medically. But I also told the jury in the beginning that I felt that these histories on both sides are a wash, and that the decision has to be made on the physical evidence, not on the stories.
And you didn't, Dr. Di Maio, tell the jurors about the positive emails, just like you didn't tell the jurors the second part of that GSR analysis, which is the GSR is just as consistent with Mr. Spector firing the gun as Ms. Clarkson. Isn't that true?
No, sir, I did not say that.
So in fact, wait, you didn't say what?
I did not say that.
You didn't say what, doctor?
Excuse me, you said, is it just as consistent? I did not say it's consistent, just as consistent. Don't forget, she has copious amounts of gunshot residue. He has one particle. Therefore, you asked me, is it possible for someone to fire a gun and just have one particle? And I said, yes. But I did not say it's just as likely.
And yesterday, it required me on cross-examination to ask you, because you didn't inform this jury that it was consistent, the GSR that was found on his hands were consistent with him firing the weapon. Just like today, you didn't, or yesterday, you didn't indicate to this jury that there were positive emails. You only indicated that there were negative emails. Isn't that true? Was that your testimony?
Overruled.
I analyzed the emails like a physician.
The question is, did you present, doctor?
I'm sorry.
Did you present anything of the positive nature in your own testimony? Cause for yes or no?
No, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. You indicated in going through your direct examination that you came across a letter that was written to Dr. Kudrow, wherein and this is on the headache indication, the headache topic, where Ms. Clarkson said that she was at the end of her rope. Do you recall that?
The letter to Dr. Kudrow?
It's what I'm asking you about.
Right.
When you testified.
I don't think that doesn't say that at the end of the rope.
I'm not asking you what the letter says, doctor. We're going to get to what the letter says. I'm asking you what your testimony yesterday was.
I have I can't tell you what I said about
You can't remember saying to this jury that you recalled documentation by Ms. Clarkson where she indicated that she was quoted, quote, at the end of my rope.
I may have said it, but it's not in Dr. Kudrow's. It would have to be in something else.
And of course, you're aware, Dr. Di Maio, that phrase had absolutely nothing to do with suicidal ideation. You're aware of that, correct?
Well, let's find the phrase and let's say.
No. I'm not asking you to do some research up on the stand, Dr. Di Maio. I'm asking a simple question. When you said yesterday in your direct examination to Mr. Plourd's question that you reviewed certain documentations that indicated that Ms. Clarkson said she was at the end of her rope, were you suggesting to this jury that that was some kind of suicidal ideation? Yes or no?
No, I said that she's depressed.
Okay. And in
That's
fact,
what it means.
In fact, when she said, I'm at the end of my rope, she's talking about which medications she needs to try to start taking to get rid of headaches. Isn't that true?
I think you're going to have to show me that document, sir, before I can answer that question.
How about if I show everyone the document?
Please do.
I think I'm going to mark it, Mr. Plourd. I can't. That's what I was asking. I can't remember if this has been marked. I know you don't want us to duplicate, but
That's where, I think we have duplications. This is 156.
thank you. Sure. That was the smartest thing that's been said all day. I got to press the button.
Your high-priced technical advisor is now present to press the button.
That's right. Doctor, this is the copy I've got. And if you want to take a second to peruse that, I'm going to need that back in just a second because I can't see with my technical advisor to zoom in on portions as I read it.
I think she's consulting with other advisors. This apparently is a very difficult problem. However, Mr. Brunon is highly skilled in these matters. Mr. Brunon, make that sharp, would you?
I quoted this.
All I'm asking you
Okay.
is, do you recognize the record?
Oh, yes. It's in a different form that I have it.
That's fine. Isn't it true that the letter starts off, "Good afternoon, Dr. Kudrow. The following are the medications that I take as needed," and then she lists a couple of medications that are not relevant here and they've been excised. And she goes on to say, "I don't smoke, rarely drink alcohol, and practice a very healthy program including yoga, period. I drink lots of water and I'm a happy, positive, and successful person, period." Second paragraph. "I have had headaches off and on for years. There have been obvious reasons at times, onset injuries while doing my own stunts and films, blows to the head, extreme stress, etc. Other times there was no apparent reason. I have had neurological tests, MRIs, and TMJ therapy, though not for several years now." New paragraph. "Over the last year or so, I have been increasingly plagued by intense and overwhelming pain. Over the last few weeks, I have had a headache every single day to the point of not being able to function at times. I call them migraines due to the severity. Dr. Heitman seems to think that they are some other type. I usually have a splitting headache when I wake up. If I don't, within an hour, I get a doozy, or I've got a doozy. I will then take the medication and increase dosage at this point and have some relief for a few hours. Then like clockwork, it'll come back in 4 or 5 hours. I should also mention in the interim that the headache is never completely gone, just suppressed. At times, I feel an intense burning sensation on the top and sometimes the side of my head. For the last 10 days, it's been constant, and you can literally feel the heat on the top of my head. I used a night guard in hopes that this is a TMJ-related ailment. It will help to alleviate some of the tension. I'm at the end of my rope here. I can't function under these circumstances any longer. I don't want to take so much medication, yet I seem to have no alternative right now. Frankly, it's not really working all that well anymore. I find it hard to concentrate and do my work when I'm in so much pain. I have monitored my behaviors, including my diet, and can't seem to find any pattern that would indicate a cause." Is that the full letter that you were referring to when you indicated that Lana Clarkson said that she was, quote, at the end of her rope? Is that the letter?
Yes, sir, because my remark had to do with the health. It had nothing to do with depression.
Okay, so
I checked my notes here, and my notes say it's under the health section where I said she had severe headaches, no etiology, did not respond to therapy, and then I said, told Dr. Kudrow at end of rope and could not function. This was in November 2001. Did not refer that to depression,
All right,
say she was suicidal. I referred to it as a health problems with a headache. headache.
Thank you, doctor. And I think you just cleared that up for us. I want to make sure that there's no misimpression. You are not suggesting that statement had anything to do with depression. It was very obviously having to do with health.
Right, I checked my notes, which you have a copy of, and they showed you that this is listed under her health problems.
Did you explain that to the jurors yesterday when you mentioned the
I
phrase?
assume I did, since I probably said, I've been following some of my notes, I was talking about a health.
All right.
It would have been under the section where I was talking about her health problems, not her depression, which was the last item that I have in my notes.
Dr. Di Maio, you mentioned yesterday in going on with Mr. Plord's direct examination something about Lana Clarkson being an actress and being 40 years old. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said, I don't mean to be sexist or something like that, but you said, you know, she was 40.
What was it about the emails that you reviewed that suggested to you that Ms. Clarkson was the victim of a self-inflicted wound?
Well, the thing was that she was afraid of being, she had financial problems. She was afraid of being evicted. She was an actress, was 40 years of age. Sorry, you know, that's sex discrimination, but that's the way it is. So.
All right. And in your report, you said, quote, in addition, Ms. Clarkson's acting career was in all probability ending.
Yes, sir.
You went on to say she played parts requiring youth, beauty, and athletic ability. At 40 years of age, she was too old for these parts, correct?
Yes, sir. That's Hollywood.
That is part of your scientific medical opinion that you talked about being driven by in this case, correct?
That's some part of the evaluation of why she's probably depressed.
So it is
It's why she's not getting any jobs.
It is your
Why she's
medical.
Wait, he's not.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's your medical
You're done.
opinion as a.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, I apologize. It is your medical opinion as a forensic pathologist from Bexar County, San Antonio, that her career was all but ending because she was 40. Is that correct?
It's background history. It's my opinion that based on our society, it's discriminatory against women when they hit a certain age, especially when her talents were, her movies were based on, you know, running around with physical activity and beauty.
All right. So in your expert medical opinion as a forensic pathologist, her career was all but ending because she was 40 and basically over the hill and washed up, correct?
This is history. This is not, this is the history that you take into account. Just like you take into account the depression, you take into account the medical problems. And so she's got some problems there. She's not getting any jobs. She doesn't have any money. Just read her emails. She's afraid of losing her house. She's working as a hostess, and she has no skills, and she says it.
And of course, working as a hostess would drive anyone to suicide, wouldn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll always draw it.
It's been sustained.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark as people's next in order several documents.
157 is your next.
I'll get them to you in just a second. 7, the last one, 165.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to the showing to the jury had an absolute foundation as to whether the witness has seen the photograph, one, and two, whether it's been changed.
Well, first you may show, Jackson may show the witness photographs, and then they can be published to the jury, and then he can ask questions, or he can do it simultaneously.
The court has no problem for you doing it simultaneously?
No,
Okay, thank you.
it's going to be shown anyway. Just do them one after the other, and then you can ask.
I will. Doctor, I'm going to show a series of photographs that I'd like you to take a look at, and as soon as I'm done showing you the series of 9 photographs or so, I'll ask you a couple of questions about these and whether or not you've ever seen them before. This is People's 157, People's 158, People's 159, People's 160, People's 161, People's 162, People's 163, People's 164, and I think you've probably seen this one, People's 165. Do you recognize any of those photographs?
I think they've been in the media, TV, things like that.
Who are they pictures of?
Miss Clarkson.
Are you aware that Ms. Clarkson was having headshots done as recently as January of 2005? 3.
Yes, I know she was still trying to do an acting career.
And those photographs are pictures of the 40-year-old over-the-hill actress that couldn't get a job and basically was out of the business and washed up in Hollywood, according to your medical opinion, correct?
Not my medical opinion. Okay. She's a very beautiful girl. And she's 40 years old. And there's thousands of 20-year-olds after the same jobs she's after. That's the hard life in acting. That's the way it is. It's not fair.
As a matter of fact, you indicated that she played parts requiring youth, beauty, and athletic ability, correct? And at 40, she was too old for these parts. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You have absolutely no experience in casting direction or producing in Hollywood or directing in Hollywood, do you?
That's absolutely true.
All right. So this is simply a lay opinion, has nothing to do with your medical opinion, correct?
Based, I guess, on going to the movies and watching TV.
Are you saying that a 40-year-old can't be youthful, doctor?
She's a very beautiful girl.
Are you saying a 40-year-old
No,
can't
I'm
be
not.
youthful?
Actually, I'm saying she's very beautiful.
Are you saying a 40-year-old can't be beautiful?
I said she's beautiful.
Are you saying a 40-year-old can't be athletic?
She can be athletic, but she's competing against young girls. She's competing against Paris Hilton and things like that.
And of course, this is the kind of objective scientific evidence that you're basing your opinion on in this case, correct?
Absolutely not. What I told you was that when you look at the history, it's a wash. You have to go to the scientific evidence. You look at this and, you can interpret it any way you want. And so you just can't use it to make an opinion. And so I did not use the history to make opinion in this case. The interpretation of the cases has to be on the findings of the intraoral wound, the blood spatter, the tissue, the gunshot residue. That's what my opinion's based on.
If your opinion is not
on the history.
If your opinion is not based on the history, then, doctor, why to Mr. Plourd's questions, did you talk to this jury yesterday about Lana Clarkson's emails, and why in answer to Mr. Plourd's questions yesterday, did you talk to this jury about Ms. Clarkson's career and being over the age of 40? Why did you add that?
For the same reason I'm answering you. I have to answer the questions that are asked me.
And both things are in your report too, correct?
Excuse me, yes, sir. As background, and then I said you can't use it. The whole thing is that I did not formulate his questions. I didn't formulate your questions. So I sit here and I answer your questions to the best of my ability.
And of
I
course,
told you my opinion was not based on the history, but is based on the physical evidence.
And of course, you added both of those factors into your report when nobody was asking you any questions, correct?
Because the report has to be complete and cover all aspects. I do not determine which way the case is and what the questions are to be asked. I evaluated all the material that was presented to me, and I discussed it. That's what a consultant's job is,
all right, so
to discuss the evidence that was presented to him.
So, Dr. Di Maio, if I hear your testimony correctly, you're saying to this jury that because you're not basing any of your opinion on this history that you've just talked about and that you talked about with Mr. Plourd and that you included in your report, the jurors can ignore and should ignore your opinions about her emails, about her medical history, and about her career. Is that correct?
An argumentative misstatement is based upon overall.
Is that correct?
No, sir. The jury decides what it wants to consider. I don't tell the jury what to do. They do what they want to do. All I can say is that my opinion as to who fired the gun and in whose hands it was in is based on the physical evidence, not on the history, because the history cannot help me in making that decision.
So insofar as your testimony is concerned, I'm not asking you to speculate about what the jurors are going to weigh and balance. That's up to them. Insofar as your testimony is concerned, they can ignore, or we should ignore, from your testimony all of your testimony about her history, all of your testimony about her emails, all of your testimony about her career, because that doesn't play into your opinion. Is that your testimony, Doctor?
Argumentative, and misstates the evidence, and also invades the province of the jury.
Overruled, because the question is that what his testimony was? Overruled.
My testimony was that I could not make a decision as to who held the gun based on the history, that I can only do it by the physical evidence, and that's it. And I'm just telling the jury how I made my decision.
Objection. At this point, it's not responsive.
Overruled.
The witnesses answered the question in the first part of this
I think the whole
answer.
answer is appropriate. I'm not allowed to stand.
Doctor, there's an additional portion of your report where you talk about the movement of the gun in suicides.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you
Yes.
indicate on page 3, second to the last paragraph, it has been suggested that the gun was moved. And then you pose the question in your report, who moves guns in cases of suicides, or who moves the gun in cases of suicides, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you go on to cite some statistics about gun movement being kicked by the police or being moved by family and friends and things like that, correct?
But I refer to a paper that was published.
Yes or no? You're talking about
yes.
some statistics about how often in the past guns tend to be moved in cases of suicide, correct?
And who moves them, yes, sir.
All right. There's another statistic that I want to ask you about. What percentage of the time are guns moved in homicide cases?
I would say probably, I don't think anyone's done a study on that, but I would assume that it's probably around 95% of the time, 98%. Most people don't leave the weapon they use to kill somebody around.
Actually, I mean, if we take it literally, the gun is literally moved in 100% of homicide cases, correct?
No.
Well, if the gun is in someone else's hand when someone else is killed, when a victim is killed, by nature of the fact that it's in someone else's hand, it has to be moved, correct? Even if it's dropped.
I guess you could do it that
Okay.
way, yes.
But you didn't add that statistic, or you didn't pose that question in your report either, did you?
No, because I don't consider this a homicide.
Correct.
I had
Your mind was
reached
made up.
No, I had reached my conclusion at that point. Right, yes.
You indicated in your report the following, did you not, starting at the top of page 3? Mr. Spector is accused of shooting Miss Clarkson. In considering such a scenario, one has to take into account the physical disparity between the two individuals to see if it is reasonable. Miss Clarkson was approximately 25 years younger than Mr. Spector. She was at least 7 and possibly 9 inches taller than him. She appears to have outweighed him by 20 to 30 pounds. Miss Clarkson was in excellent physical condition compared to Mr. Spector, who demonstrates a Parkinsonian-like presentation manifested by reduced facial expressions or masking, talking in a soft voice and slow movement, bradykinesia. How likely would it be that he could overpower her, force a gun in her mouth, and shoot her? Her reflexes would have been faster and her strength greater. From knowledge acquired from her films, she would have known that just by grasping the revolver, she would freeze the action, making the revolver incapable of being fired. It would be more likely for her to have shot him than him to have shot her. Did you write that in your report, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
And this is based on objective, scientific evidence that you've described to this jury before, correct?
Yeah, actually, it happens to be objective scientific evidence.
Okay,
Yes.
let's talk about that for a second.
Let him finish his answer.
I mean, she was, almost 6 feet tall, weighed 160 pounds. Look at Mr. Spector.
Okay, let's
He
talk
does
about
have Parkinsonian-type faces. I mean, he has very little facial expression. He's got trembling.
And of course, by the way, Doctor, you didn't look at Mr. Spector or meet Mr. Spector in February of 2003, did you?
Well, I had met him before that. Not in 2003, no.
Okay, thank you. You indicated Miss Clarkson was 25 years younger than Mr. Spector. I want to take this one thing at a time.
Yes, sir.
So an older person armed with a gun cannot shoot an unarmed younger person, in your expert medical opinion?
No, sir. It's the whole complex of things. It's not just, again, what you're trying to do is take one little piece and one little piece and one. It's not. She's younger, she's bigger, she's healthier than he is. It's not one little thing. It's not just 6 inches. It's the whole complex.
All right, I'm going to ask you again, and all I'm asking is whether or not you agree or disagree with this proposition that you wrote in your report. Ms. Clarkson was 25 years younger than Mr. Spector.
That's correct.
So are you saying that an older person armed with a gun cannot shoot and kill a younger unarmed person? Are you saying that or not?
No, sir, I'm
All
not
right.
saying that.
Ms. Clarkson was 7 to 9 inches taller than Mr. Spector. Are you saying that a short person armed with a gun cannot shoot and kill an unarmed, taller person?
No, I'm not saying that either.
You indicated Ms. Clarkson outweighed Mr. Spector by 20 to 30 pounds in your estimation. Are you saying that a lighter person armed with a gun cannot shoot and kill an unarmed, heavier person?
No.
You indicated that Ms. Clarkson was in quote-unquote excellent physical condition. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you saying that an out-of-shape person armed with a gun cannot shoot and kill a fit, younger person?
If you consider it as an individual thing, no, sir.
And earlier, by the way, concerning Ms. Clarkson's excellent physical condition, when you were talking about her being able to shoot herself in the most common location, which of course is in the head, if it's in the head, it's going to be the temple, you indicated that she was not in good physical condition. You indicated that her wrists were so fragile that she couldn't even do this motion.
No,
correct?
sir.
Not that she couldn't. I don't think that was.
That it would have been easier for her to turn the gun around than simply put the gun to her head.
That's right,
And that's because of her wrists, correct?
she had some limitation of movement.
Yet here you talk about her
easier.
being in excellent physical condition, correct?
She was.
So once again, you're manipulating the facts depending upon the result that you want. Isn't that true, Dr. Di Maio?
No, sir, you're manipulating what I said.
Actually, Doctor, I'm just repeating what you said and I'm asking you about it.
No, sir, you're manipulating what I said. What I said is that she had limited motion. And then what I said in this paragraph, that when you consider all of these things, there's, it's more likely for her to have killed him than him to have killed her due to the physical disparity. But if you notice, when I gave my opinion, I did not include that as a thing, but it's a thing that you can also consider.
So once again, according to you, this is not part of your opinion. This is a portion of your testimony and your report that the jurors can and should ignore.
No, sir. This is part of my opinion.
So it is part of your opinion.
What's the objection? All right.
So that it is now part of
It's
your opinion.
part of my opinion. In my report, I stated my opinions. But what I'm something that they can consider. But what I'm saying is if you look at the objective scientific evidence again, which I'll list if you want, is that she shot herself. But this is something that you might want to consider as background, because the physical disparity between the two. It's up to the jury to decide.
Okay, and just a second ago you said this is not part of your opinion, correct?
It's okay. The letter are my opinions. There's a difference between all of my opinions expressed in the letter and the opinions that why I'm saying the gun is at hand. I'm saying it because of the intraoral wound, because of the blood, because of the tissue, and because of the gunshot residue. That's what my opinion on the objective scientific evidence. But these are also other opinions, but, you can take them or leave them. My core opinions are the objective scientific evidence.
All right, so in your words, to use your words, concerning her history, concerning her emails, concerning her career, and certainly concerning this paragraph that I've just read to the jury, the jurors could take them or leave them. That's not part of your opinion. Is that right?
No, so they are. They're the opinions expressed in the report. The opinions as to why she had the gun in the hand is something different. These are the opinions that I have on looking on the case as a whole. I'm doing a complete analysis of the case and giving, opinions as to things.
And these parts, the parts that I just read, are not opinions based on scientific evidence, correct? Objective scientific evidence. These are not, correct?
These opinions are not objective scientific evidence,
Thank
but
you,
they
Doctor.
are as probabilities.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that. You indicated in that same paragraph, from knowledge acquired from her films, and if I misquote this, well, let me just ask you this, because I'm not sure I understand it. From knowledge acquired from her films, she would have known that just by grasping the revolver, she would, quote, freeze the action, making the revolver incapable of being fired. It would be more likely for her to have shot him than him to have shot her. Again, that is not part of your objective medical opinion, correct?
It's one of my opinions, and anyone who knows revolvers, and she had apparently some knowledge of revolvers, would know that's all you have to do is put your hand on top with the web where the hammer is, the fingers around the cylinder,
And if you grasp it, the cylinder cannot rotate. If you're a little slow and the hammer does come back, it falls on the web of skin. It hurts, but the gun doesn't fire.
And that is not based on any objective scientific evidence, correct? Once again.
I don't understand what you mean by objective. Yeah, it is objective scientific evidence. If you do that with a revolver, it will not fire.
Your opinion.
Guaranteed.
Your opinion that Lana Clarkson could have, if she wanted to, if she was confronted with Mr. Spector with a loaded revolver in her face, she could have, from her knowledge of being in films in the past, she could have reached out with her hand, snatched the gun, and frozen the action.
You don't.
Correct?
You don't. Okay. And she could have, and you don't. What you do is you put your hand on that and you give it a twist. And if they don't let go, you break their finger.
And that's what she was supposed to have done in this circumstance if this was a homicide, based on her knowledge of acting in some films in the past.
No.
Is that your understanding?
What I said was, this is something you can consider. That all you have to do, if you have any knowledge of revolvers and you know, if you're cool enough to do it, it depends on the person. You can't say. All you have to do is grab the revolver, put the hand on that, and you give it a twist. And they either let go. If they don't let go, you break their finger. I can tell you that.
And you just said it depends on the person. You simply can't say, correct?
It depends upon the person. And
yeah,
so
you included that in your report, correct?
Yes, but but remember, my opinion as to who fired the gun is not based on that. It's based on the intraoral wound, the tissue ejected on the arms, the blood on the hands, and the gunshot residue on the hands. It's not based on this. This is background material which the jury can consider or just say, I don't care, and throw it away.
So once again, your opinion as placed in your report, now you're saying it's not part of your medical opinion or not part of the objective scientific evidence, so you can ignore it, but as it appeared in your report that was given to the prosecution, you indicated that she could have just frozen the action and made the revolver incapable of firing. Isn't that what you said?
Sure, if you want to get it, I'll show you how to do it. It's really simple. I've done it.
You're aware that you've done it in terms of having a madman shoving a gun in your face and you just snatched and froze the revolver?
Yeah.
The objection sustained.
Yeah, I did. All I did was I just grabbed the gun and twisted it. They let go, so I didn't break the finger. Actually, the next thing you do, if you want to show it, is you can butt right in the face. Yeah, I've done it. In fact, I've done it on 2 occasions. I've taken guns away from people.
So in your medical opinion, Ms. Clarkson, when she was faced with someone who had a loaded weapon in her face, she should have just jumped up and grabbed the gun out of his hand and twisted it to the right. Is that what you're saying?
No.
That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Objection.
No, sir. I did not
The
say.
objection is sustained. Go ahead and ask another question.
Sure, I'll ask it in a different way. Isn't it true that that is a ridiculous piece of advice to give a human being if you're confronted with someone with a gun in your face?
I'm going to allow the question.
If you think that the person may shoot, I think it's a very smart thing to do rather than stand there and get shot. I mean, if you have a choice between standing there and getting shot and maybe taking the gun away from them, I would suggest that you take the gun away from them.
So
is 100% going to kill you. The other one, you got a chance.
So in your professional expert opinion, it would have been more reasonable for Ms. Clarkson to have shot Mr. Spector, because if he confronted her with a loaded firearm, she could have and should have reached out, snatched the gun away from him, broken his fingers, turned the gun on him, and fired and shot and killed him. That's what you're saying could and should have happened in your expert medical opinion, correct?
Not compound, but sustained, because it has a certain, you have to ask in a different fashion.
Sure. You're aware of what the police, for instance, advise to do when you're confronted with a person that's holding you at gunpoint, right? It's one word.
Yeah, you're supposed to cooperate.
Comply, cooperate, right? In other words, if they ask you for your wallet, and as a matter of fact, you're married, your advice to your wife would be if someone approaches you with a gun, and they're asking for something, you comply, correct?
Probably, yeah.
If they ask for your wallet, you give over your wallet.
Probably, yeah.
If they ask for your watch, you give over your watch.
Probably,
If
yeah.
they tell you to kneel, you'll kneel, correct?
No.
And if they tell you to open your
No.
mouth, you'll open your mouth if that's in fact what they're saying to do. Isn't that right, doctor?
No.
So at that
And
point,
you keep ignoring my answers and keep right on talking. I keep saying no. Anybody who does that is out of their minds. They're not going to do that. And it's a stupid thing to do because you know what's going to happen. And at that point, you resist.
and of course,
But you know,
according to
you keep misleading this thing. Is this is just a point to consider, but it's not my opinion. It has nothing to do with my opinion as to who fired the gun.
so it
has
probably
nothing to
should
do
never have been in your report, should it?
No, sir. The report has to be complete. If I didn't put it in the report, you would complain that my report was not complete. The report was supposed to be complete, and it was intended for you so that you would know all aspects of what I was thinking in this case.
And Dr. Di
And so
Maio,
now you know all the aspects of what I was thinking. Most places in the country, you don't even write these reports, and I don't think you're
objection,
required
this
by
is
law.
non-responsive.
The latter portion, sir.
All right, Dr. Di Maio, you're now saying that this is not part of your medical opinion and it has nothing to do with your opinion that she fired the gun, correct?
Mistakes have, he's never said that.
He's asking, is this right? That's
He's
he's
you're
asking.
now saying.
No.
It misstates the evidence.
All right, sustained, you're correct.
You're stating in your testimony, Dr. Di Maio, that it is not your opinion. Sorry, this factor or these factors or this paragraph does not play into your opinion that she fired the weapon, correct?
Right. This is another opinion that has nothing to do with the fact that, in my opinion, she fired the weapon. Right. This is just some background that you might want to consider. But the fact that, in my opinion, that she fired the weapon is based on the blood spray, the tissue, the gunshot residue, and the intraoral nature of the wound.
But it is part of your opinion that Mr. Spector didn't fire the weapon, correct?
Yes. In my opinion, there is absolutely no physical evidence. The physical evidence is that she had the weapon. She's the one who fired the gun. There's just no objective scientific evidence. You cannot say he had the gun. It's speculation. He didn't have the gun. She, in my opinion, she had the gun, and in a period of dissociation, she fired it. Probably did think of the consequences. If she had, she probably would not have done it. It was just a spontaneous action of some sort. Stupid, and probably stupid on the basis of alcohol, and that she had another second to think, the gun would have been put down, and she would have gone.
And you end your report, and you've just ended that sentence with the phrase, there's no evidence that she wasn't holding the gun when it was fired, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, that is in fact, a double negative, correct? There's no evidence that she wasn't holding the gun, correct? Just the way it's phrased, that's all I'm asking.
There is no evidence that, no. So, okay, if I misspoke look, what I said is she had the gun, she pulled the trigger, and that's my opinion.
Okay, well, let's talk about, instead of talking about what evidence you don't have that she wasn't holding the gun, let's talk about the evidence that you do have and you did review. You're aware that she was killed in Mr. Spector's house, correct?
That she died in Mr. Spector's house.
You're aware that she died at the hands of Mr. Spector's gun, correct?
I assume it was his gun, yes, sir.
That the gun came out of Mr. Spector's bureau, correct?
I don't know if it came out or she picked it up somewhere in the house. Obviously, she was around the house.
The obvious, I mean, you've reviewed the evidence. The obvious evidence is that the gun was in the holster in the bureau, correct?
But you can't say that. She was around the house. She could have taken it from somewhere else and brought it with her. Who knows?
And then just opened that drawer and left and found an empty holster that just happens to fit the exact make and model of that gun.
No.
Overruled.
She could have taken the gun with the holster. There was a drawer, took the gun out of the holster, put the holster down, and then, it was an impulse. In my opinion, it was an impulsive action with no thought to the consequences.
Objection, this is non-responsive. I asked you about the holster.
It's part and parcel. I'll allow the answer. Now ask another question.
Sure. So now is it, I don't want to get distracted, but now is it your opinion that she brought the gun with her?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said, you said it could have been somewhere else. I said it could be somewhere else other than the drawer.
And of course, you would not in any way, shape, form, or fashion, as an objective, neutral, independent forensic witness shade your testimony to benefit one side as opposed to the other. You would not do that, would you?
Sir, what difference does it make? What difference does it make if she took it from that drawer or from
All
the
I'm
drawer
asking you about
upstairs?
is
It doesn't make any
objection,
difference.
non-responsive.
And the answer
He's
is?
explaining the reason for his answer, so I'm going to let that answer stand, and now you may ask him a question.
Thank you. Dr. Di Maio, all I asked you was, in fact, as an objective, independent, neutral expert, you would not ever condone shading your testimony or any expert's testimony to favor one side over the other, correct?
No, sir, I'm
All right.
sure you wouldn't shade your questions that way.
And my question to you is, since I get to ask the questions and you get to answer them, would you, in fact, shade your testimony to benefit one side versus the other?
No, sir. But
That
it's
would
in-
be inappropriate, correct?
No, sir, but in relation to a previous question, you said you get to ask the questions, and so the other side got the questions, and that's why I answer with what I'm asked. So that proves the point I made before.
It would be inappropriate for you to shade your testimony in any way, shape, form, or fashion to benefit, for instance, Mr. Spector.
Yes, sir.
All right. You're aware that the gun was, I'm sorry, well, let's put it this way. You're aware that there was an empty holster found in a bureau drawer next to Ms. Clarkson that fit the exact same make and model of the weapon she was killed with, correct?
Yes, I assume the holster went with the gun.
All right. You're aware that that drawer was open several inches, giving access to the contents of that drawer, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Clarkson was at Mr. Spector's home at Mr. Spector's invitation, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that she was a stranger to that house. She had never been there before.
Yes, sir.
You're aware that she had no way of knowing if she was a stranger to the house where any gun or guns would be, or if there would be any guns in the house, correct?
Objection, this state's evidence also assumes the fact that.
Well, it assumes the fact if you're saying prior to the time she got in the house or after the time.
Prior to the time, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase the question, Dr. Di Maio, with the court's instruction. You are aware that prior to the time she got in the house, she would have no way of knowing whether there were guns in the house or where they'd be, correct?
Unless she had been told prior to that coming to the house that there were guns.
You're aware that Mr. Spector, in fact, living in the house, would know if there were guns in the house and where they would be.
Yes.
You're aware that in the foyer area, there was only one open drawer, and that was the drawer with the holster that fit the gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that when she was killed, she was fully clothed.
No, that's not true.
You're aware that she had her jacket on.
But no, let's go back to the other question.
Answer my question.
Yes,
Did
sir.
she have her jacket on?
Yes.
Did she have a slip dress on?
She had a slip on, yes.
Did she have a pair of nylons on?
Yes, sir.
Did she have her shoes on?
Yes.
Did she have her purse on her shoulder?
Yes.
And that purse was on her right shoulder, correct?
Yes.
She was seated by the back door, isn't that right?
Yes.
These are all facts that you can point to based on your review of the case, is that right?
Yes.
That seat that she was seated in was some 8 to 10 feet from that back door, correct?
Yes.
There was a waiting Mercedes outside the back door about 5 feet, correct?
Outside. Yeah.
Outside the back door.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 5 feet, but it's outside.
All right. Are you aware of any of the testimony concerning Adriana D'Souza in this case?
Vaguely. It's right outside. I know the limousine, but I don't know if it's 5 feet, I'm
All right.
saying, that's all.
We'll leave it right outside. There was a waiting
Okay.
Mercedes right outside on the other side of that back door, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that after Ms. Clarkson was shot, she was immediately incapacitated.
She's dead, yes.
She could not move around the house.
Yes,
She could not transfer blood around the house.
yes,
She did not get up out of that chair.
yes, sir.
Blood was on the doorknob, correct? And that came from Mr. Spector.
I would assume so, yes.
Blood was on the latch bolt, and that, of course, came from Mr. Spector.
I would assume so, yes, sir.
Blood was on the banister, and that, of course, came from Mr. Spector.
I think there's a question about that.
You don't think that Mr. Spector left the blood on the banister that was
I think
found
there was-
once they were in the house?
There was a question whether that was blood spatter.
The large transfer blood stain on the top of the banister you think might have been blood spat?
No, I'm talking about the droplets on the second step.
I'm talking about the banister. Do you know the difference between a banister and a step?
Yes,
All right, the
but
banister. The
Okay.
blood on the banister was, in fact, Miss Clarkson's, and it was left by Mr. Spector, correct?
I would assume so then.
You're aware that Mr. Spector removed some of his clothing and took them upstairs, correct?
You mean his jacket?
That being his white jacket.
Yes, sir.
You're aware that there was a diaper that was retrieved by Mr. Spector.
Yes, sir.
You're aware that that diaper was wetted with something that appeared to be water,
Yes, sir.
and that was wetted by Mr. Spector.
I would assume so, yes, sir.
You're aware that there was blood, including clotted blood, that was found on that wetted diaper, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that Miss Clarkson's face appeared to have been wiped, or either wiped down or wiped off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was consistent with the blood on the diaper, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that the diaper was found in an adjacent bathroom next to an open toilet, burgundy in color with the seat up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the diaper
I didn't
was-
know the color of the toilet, but
Well, next to a toilet with the seat up.
yes, sir.
You've seen photographs of that.
Yes.
And you recall, of course, that bloody, wet diaper that came from upstairs that Mr. Spector took and used to at least transfer blood onto the diaper was found some 6 or 8 inches from the open toilet, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that Mr. Spector never called 911. There was no evidence that Mr. Spector ever called 911 throughout the course of the 40 minutes between the time the shot was fired and Ms. Clarkson was killed and the time he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that high-velocity backspatter, or as you put it, backspatter or splatter, was in fact found on Mr. Spector's white jacket, correct?
That's not correct, sir.
Yesterday, you indicated that you believed that there was no spatter found on his sleeves. Is that right?
No, sir. I started to answer your question, and then the judge said, let's recess. I said that there was one drop.
Okay.
And it's I think somewhere between 1 and 2 millimeters.
All right, and that's on the cuff.
the edge of the cuff on the right.
You just pointed to your right cuff. Would that be
Yes.
the left cuff?
No, it's the right cuff.
You're positive about that?
Yes, sir.
You're sure about-
There are two stains on the left sleeve. There's one stain. Well, we've got the
Doctor, I'm asking
photographs
for your
right
memory
here.
right now. Dr. Di Maio?
Right now, I was just asking for you.
I'm
Yes,
asking
sir.
for your memory.
Yes,
I'm not
sir.
asking you to look through reports. I'm not asking you to look at the photographs.
Yes, sir. Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead. I said yes, sir.
Your testimony is that blood stain was on the leading edge of the right cuff, correct?
Yes, sir.
And according to you, that's your best memory of the evidence on his white jacket concerning the sleeves.
And there were 2 on the other sleeve.
So you're aware that there were, in fact, 2 other stains on the back of Mr. Spector's white jacket, correct?
There were 2 on the arm.
On the back of the arm.
They were on the arm. I know that.
You're not aware of where they were on the arm.
I just saw them. I don't remember exactly, but I know they were on the arm.
And of course, if they were on the back of the arm, that means the back of the sleeve had to be somehow, some way facing the blood spattering or the bloodletting event, correct?
So you would say his back was turned to her then?
Doctor, do me a favor and try to answer my question and not ask me questions.
Yes, sir.
Is it true, is it your understanding that the back of the sleeve, if it had blood spatter on it, had to have been facing in some way, shape, form, or fashion the bloodletting event?
I'm not too sure if the 2 were on the back or not, so I can't really answer the question.
Assume for purposes of this question that the 2 blood stains were on the back of the right sleeve. Isn't it true, based on even the most basic understanding of blood spatter evidence, that sleeve would have had to have been facing the spattering event?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that in order to give a full history of this case, you went into and looked at Ms. Clarkson's history, her medical history, her emails, her career, and of course you've since said that that is not part of your opinion, but you simply added that as history, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also consider the other person in the room, his history?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you consider his past history of violence with women?
Overruled, it's based upon testimony presented in the
Yes, sir, the last
You can
instance.
believe or not believe, but the bottom line, it's been presented in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. On the last incident, 7, 8 years prior.
Are you aware, all my question is,
I said yes.
okay, you also said 7, 8 years prior, and you looked at something. All I'm asking you
My
is your
notes,
memory.
which you have a copy of.
All I'm asking you, doctor, is your memory of whether or not you considered the defendant's past violent history.
Yes, sir.
All right.
You know that because I gave you my notes.
Dr. Di Maio,
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking you to review
Okay.
notes. I'm asking you about your memory.
Okay.
Okay? Did you, in fact, consider those incidents?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider an incident from July 1993 wherein Dorothy Melvin was with Philip Spector?
I don't remember the names. I just considered the incidents.
Did you consider the fact that she was with him after a night of drinking, that she confronted him after she found him in the morning pointing a handgun at her car, that he slapped her when she begged to leave, he ordered her into the house, he pointed the gun at her, ordered her to go upstairs, she refused, he ordered her to take her clothes off, other than her jacket, she refused, and then he eventually chased her off of the property with a shotgun. Are you aware of that?
Overruled. It's an incident, obviously, it has certain circumstances.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that
I've
incident?
heard of, yes, I'm
All
aware
right,
of
and
the
did you
incidents.
consider that in your opinion?
Yes, sir.
Did you also consider a January 1995 incident at the Carlisle Hotel in New York with Stephanie Jennings, wherein she had been with him at a party, he had been drinking heavily, she refused to go to his hotel room late in the evening or early in the morning. After an argument, she wanted to leave. Spector then retrieved a handgun, pointed it at her, and held her at gunpoint while he blocked the door to the hotel room. Are you aware of that incident?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider that incident?
Yes, sir.
Are you-
On that note, we've arrived at 11:30. We must take our recess.
All right, all the parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness are present. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Di Maio, before we left off for the noon break, I was asking you about incidents that you may or may not have been aware of concerning Mr. Spector and his history of violence against women. I had asked you specifically whether or not you were aware of a July 1993 incident with concerning Dorothy Melvin or involving Dorothy Melvin. You said you were aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
I asked you if you were aware of a January 1995 incident at the Carlisle Hotel in New York involving Stephanie Jennings as well. And you said you were aware of that incident as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Both of those incidents involved handguns, correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And both of those women described what they believed to be a revolver involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, Dorothy Melvin described a second gun, and that would have been the shotgun involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you also aware of a 1988 incident involving Diane Ogden, wherein after Mr. Spector had been drinking to excess during the evening, Diane Ogden wanted to leave his house in Pasadena, that he became enraged. She put her purse on her arm and tried to leave. He pulled a gun, forced her into a chair by the door, pressed the gun against her face, her cheeks, her neck, her head. Are you aware of that incident?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of an incident involving Diane Ogden that happened about 2 weeks after that incident? Basically the same thing. Mr. Spector had been drinking to excess at a dinner party. All the guests left. She decided that she was going to leave as well. She grabbed her keys, grabbed her purse, began to leave the residence, and Mr. Spector chased her out of the house with a gun, began to beat on her car door window with the butt of the gun until she was able to escape from the property. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
The first incident, I'm sure you're aware of having gone over the reports and watched the testimony, that Diane Ogden described what she believed to be a revolver involved in the first incident, correct?
I wasn't aware what type of gun it was.
Okay. Are you also aware of a 1992 incident involving Melissa Grosvenor?
Yes, sir.
And Melissa Grosvenor has indicated that she was at Mr. Spector's Pasadena house, that Mr. Spector had been out to dinner with her. He had been drinking to excess. She wanted to leave and go to her hotel room as she had come in for the weekend. That when she decided she wanted to leave, Mr. Spector left the room in which they were standing, which she described as a great room. He then returned without saying a word. He walked in with a gun in his hand, outstretched toward her face, walked up to her, and again forced her into a chair at gunpoint. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Grosvenor described Mr. Spector as having what she thought was a revolver, and when she was asked, was it loaded, she said, I certainly wasn't going to test it. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware that was a revolver.
And you're also aware, are you not, that he kept her at bay, at gunpoint, with a gun pointed to her head and face throughout the entire night?
Yes.
And she was able to leave the next day, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Di Maio, my question is, and you've indicated positively, in other words, in the affirmative, that you considered each and every one of these incidents when coming to your conclusions and opinions in this particular case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated at the beginning of your testimony, hearkening all the way back to yesterday morning when Mr. Plourde asked you about how you handle cases. You looked at the jurors and you said, in fact, Mr. Plourde, the way that a good forensic pathologist looks at any case is to begin by understanding and conceptualizing the entire circumstances of the case and the facts that surround that particular case. You
Yes.
described it as a history, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so in taking that history, you actually said it's sort of like taking the history of a new patient. If the jurors were to go to their family internist, for instance, their family doctor, and that doctor were to take a patient history, you want to get as much information, as full an account of that history as you possibly can. Is that right, Dr. Di Maio?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, any expert forensic pathologist who was looking at this case or any other case would want to do the same thing and get a full global history of all the facts and circumstances and weigh and consider all of those facts and circumstances before rendering any opinions or conclusions. Correct, sir?
Yes, but physical evidence trumps history.
And in fact, you included
Physical evidence trumps history.
And in fact, you included certain histories in your report, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And you included Lana Clarkson's history, correct?
Yes, sir.
You included the history concerning her emails, correct?
Yes, sir.
You included some of the history concerning what you interpret to be her job or job opportunities, correct?
Yes, sir.
You included certain histories regarding her mental state, correct?
Yes.
And in all of that, you included all of those histories because you felt like it was important to get a full and global view of the circumstances surrounding the case.
No, I included it so that you could have a background in regards to this case. Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, sir, that when you came to your conclusions in your report, in the last paragraph, you indicated, in conclusion, this case should never have been ruled a homicide, and the reasons are, and then you indicate 5 reasons, correct?
Right.
And in those 5 reasons, isn't it true that you indicated one of the reasons was Ms. Clarkson had reasons for committing suicide and was intoxicated? In other words, that included her history and
Right.
your review of her emails,
Yes, sir.
correct? And you included, in conclusion, or based on your conclusion is based on, in part, the physical disparity between Ms. Clarkson and Mr. Spector was such that if anyone was shot in a struggle, it would, in all likelihood, have been him and not her, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, in fact, when you told this jury before lunch that you weren't including those factors in your conclusion, that is incorrect. Isn't that right?
No, sir.
You, in fact, included those in a paragraph where you enumerated each and every conclusion that you were based on, correct?
No, sir. Excuse me, but the last question you did let me answer. And what I said in the last question is, no, sir. My conclusion as to who fired the gun is not based on the history, but is based on the physical evidence. And as I told the jury before, when you consider both histories, you can go either way. The best, most objective way of determining who fired the gun is to look at the physical evidence, the intraoral wound, the tissue, the blood, the gunshot residue. And that's what my opinion is.
And of course, I assume from your recitation of the appropriate manner to approach any particular case, that being to take a global history of all the facts and circumstances into account, I'm sure that you did, in fact, take those facts and circumstances into account with regard to Mr. Spector's history of violence, correct?
Yes, I did.
I'd like you to turn in your report to the page where you recite Mr. Spector's history of violence with women.
I didn't do it because the report...
You didn't include that in your report, Dr. Di Maio, did you?
I didn't do it because the report was intended for you, and I figured you had already known this, and I wasn't going to go over. This report was not intended for the defense. This was a report to let you know what my opinions were and what my thoughts were. And so that's why I included a bunch of things that that I'm not using to consider who fired the gun. This was so that you would know what I was thinking, and you couldn't say, well, you didn't tell me ahead of time.
And of course, yesterday, when you were given a full opportunity to explain to the jurors exactly what you based your opinions and conclusions on, when Mr. Plord asked you the open-ended question, Dr. Di Maio, how did you come to your conclusions, or what did you include? You told this jury that you included her history, and you in fact neglected the second part of that, or the second half of that, and you didn't tell them anything about your conclusions and opinions regarding Mr. Spector's history of violence against women, did you?
I think that you're misquoting me. What I told the jury was that the most important thing in this case is the objective scientific evidence, and that the histories are awash, and that my opinion, I've said it multiple times, that my opinion is based on the intraoral nature of the wound, the gunshot residue, blood, and the tissue.
And of course, we've already talked about this, but since you brought it up again, to reiterate, intraoral gunshot wounds can be homicides, correct?
Very, very rarely, even according...
Can they or can they not be homicides,
Yes.
Dr. Di Maio? It's a
Yes,
simple
sir.
question.
Yes, sir.
All right. And GSR on Mr. Spector's hands is consistent with him firing the weapon, i.e. a homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
The blood on the jacket is consistent with Mr. Spector being in the vicinity of a bloodletting event, correct?
In the vicinity, yes. Not right close up, but in the
Certainly
vicinity.
nothing inconsistent with him having fired the weapon, correct?
Well, there's no evidence of any blood mist on his clothing or on the cuff of his shirt or the cuff of his jacket.
Except, for instance, all the blood mist that Dr. Lynn Harold talked about being on his jacket and his sleeves and his cuff, correct?
Except that is not blood mist.
In
When you
your opinion?
Well, it's also it's Mr. Kish's opinion, Mr. James's opinion, and Dr. Lee's opinion, who all examined the jacket while I was standing there.
And of course, you're not a scientific, you're not a criminalist
That's
trained in
correct,
that
sir.
science particularly, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And you're testifying here today, correct?
I'm testifying as to, to the cause of death and who fired the weapon and why my opinions, how I reached my opinions as to what the cause of death is.
And on that issue, I'm going to ask you one more time on that issue, how you reached your opinions and why you reached your opinions yesterday and today. You have yet, until I asked you on cross-examination, you had yet to tell this jury that you were aware of Mr. Spector's history of violence against women, yet you did volunteer Ms. Clarkson's history in your mind. Is that correct or is that not correct?
Argumentative also has an answer.
Overruled.
Correct or not?
Sir, I don't think that's exactly correct.
And Dr. Di Maio,
I'm sorry, did you finish your answer?
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Di Maio, of course, the hallmark of any credible expert, once again, is to maintain.
It's a way of asking a question. The objection is wrong. The objection is overruled. I'm sorry.
Going back to what we talked about a little bit earlier, the hallmark of any credible expert, Dr. Di Maio, is to ensure that the expert is 100% objective, correct?
Yes.
100% neutral, correct?
Yes.
100% independent, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not tainted or swayed in any way, shape, form, or fashion toward or against one side or the other, but rather simply to give a scientific opinion based on solid scientific evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and that's what I have done.
And your
I've
opinion
gi-
has not in any way, Dr. Di Maio, been tainted or shaded or swayed by the fact that you work for Mr. Spector or that he's writing your paycheck, correct?
Actually, I work for I've been retained for the attorneys.
Who have been retained by Mr. Spector, correct?
I've been retained by the attorneys to give my opinion, and I gave my opinion. And if they didn't like the opinion, I don't care.
And
It doesn't make any difference to
And of
them.
course, the attorneys are hired by Mr. Spector, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Thank you. Redirect.
In this particular case, do you have any interest in the outcome? Do you feel that you have any interest in the outcome of this case one way or the other?
Objection. That's a question for the jurors. It's improper essence witness.
Oh, I think he can say whether he feels he has an outcome, and I think he can answer
Whether
it.
he feels that he's biased?
Yes, he can be asked that.
Okay.
Objections overruled.
No. No, I hope Mr. Spector doesn't take this wrong.
Objection. This has been asked and answered. I'm sorry, this has been answered.
Well, he's answered the question.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Recross.
Not a real big shocker about that last answer, was it, Dr. Di Maio?
Move to strike.
Sustained.
Let's talk about some of that physical evidence real quick.
Yes.
Jamie Lintemood, Mr. Plord asked you about Ms. Lintemood and her determination that there was back spatter that she saw on the back of Lana Clarkson's hands. And do you remember how she described that? Dr. Di Maio, I'm asking you from your memory. I'm not asking you to...
From my memory, just some small blood stains on the back of the hands.
Okay, she described it as what she considered to be high-velocity back spatter, correct?
I don't know if she used the term or not.
Do you know where she said she found it, Doctor?
She said it was on the hands.
Do you know where on the
I
hands?
think she said the back of the hands.
Okay. Does it sound right to you if she described the back of the hands, meaning the wrist area where I'm pointing here, where my watch is here?
That would be the back of the hands.
Okay. And of course, that back spatter, if the bloodletting event was in fact Miss Clarkson's mouth area, that would be consistent with her hands being up in this area, showing the back of the hands toward the bloodletting event. Is that correct?
If the hands were up in that position, if you're talking just about back spatter, And she said it, yes, except for that stain, though, that was going the other way.
Okay, which was not in fact high velocity back spatter, but was lower velocity or medium velocity back spatter because it was larger and shaped like an exclamation point, correct?
The problem is I don't know what she means by high velocity blood spatter.
Okay, all
I
I'm
think
asking-
you'd have to ask her.
All I'm asking you is, are you aware of where she said this back spatter was? An area on the back of the wrist here and the back of the wrist here, indicating the back of my left and right wrist, correct?
Yes, yes.
Which, of course, is consistent with a lot of Clarkson's hands being, the back of her wrist being exposed to the bloodletting event, which would be her mouth, correct?
Yes, sir, if you consider that isolated, yes, sir.
Thank you. You also indicated that individuals sometimes engage in impulsive actions, and when there's alcohol involved or they might be under the influence, they might be more ready to engage in an impulsive act, correct?
Yes.
And that act might include a lack of consideration for the outcome or the consequences, correct?
Or unappreciation of the consequences, yes, sir.
That's a good way to put it, Doctor. An unappreciation of the consequences of their actions if alcohol is involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
Harkening back to what you have already talked about with regard to Mr. Spector's history of violence, you are aware that each one of the women that talked about his actions included the fact that Mr. Spector was drinking or drunk at the time that he engaged in those actions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Each one of these women indicated that, in fact, they had known Mr. Spector for some time, and this appeared to be a different Phil Spector than they were used to, correct?
Yes, sir.
Each one of these women, Diane Ogden, Melissa Grosvenor, Stephanie Jennings, Dorothy Melvin, all of them indicated that this appeared to be almost impulsive on Mr. Spector's part, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, consistent with what you've obviously described as an impulsive action when someone's under the influence, and consistent with I'm sorry, what was the word you used? Not disconsideration,
No, I've forgotten.
I have two.
Unappreciated.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Right,
An
okay.
unappreciation of their consequences, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the same thing would apply that you attached to Ms. Clarkson, in your opinion. The exact same considerations from a mental standpoint would apply to Mr. Spector. Is that right?
Yes, if you ignore the physical evidence.
Thank you. With regard to some of that science that you talked about, Mr. Plord just asked you about the pressures involved, and I don't want to go through Stokes' law one more time. In fact, you said that this was, in your opinion, gosh, what did you say? The velocity that something travels, or the distance rather that something travels, is a simple calculation of its mass versus its velocity, correct?
No, sir. What I said was that everything being the same, the determinations are going to be mass and velocity.
All right, and in fact, you've left out probably the most important point of Stokes' law of physics, which is the coefficient of drag. The item or the object has to move through a viscous material, for instance, air, right?
That's why I said everything being the same, I'm assuming that the air is, that we're not at 15,000 feet, that the air is there's no wind blowing.
All right.
So everything being the same, right.
All right. And of course, the surface area to mass ratio coupled with, or as it's applied to the mass of the object, and as that is applied in tandem with the coefficient of drag of that particular item, that's going to determine the terminal velocity of the item. In other words, what is the fastest, based on gravity, that item can travel through air? It will reach a terminal velocity, correct?
It reach a terminal velocity depending about the amount of velocity imparted to it.
In fact, no matter what the energy is that's imparted to it, it will never surpass the terminal velocity based on Stokes' law of physics. Is that your understanding?
No, it's not my understanding.
Okay.
Because if you take a 22 caliber bullet, load it in one cartridge, you can drive it at 200 feet per second. Another one, you can drive it at 2,000 feet per second. The bullet hasn't changed. The velocity imparted to it by the gunpowder has changed.
And neither one of those bullets, in that little example of yours, neither one of those bullets has reached its terminal velocity pursuant to Stokes' law. Isn't that right, Dr. Di Maio?
So
your example doesn't hold, correct? Is that correct?
But, okay. No, that's not. Well, okay. Why don't we get okay.
A physicist?
No, well.
That might be a good idea.
The problem basically is my
Your Honor,
opinion
I'll
is
withdraw the
based on the
question.
facts.
Well, you know, but you asked it now to withdraw. I'm going to allow him to answer.
All
the
right,
question.
fine. If you can,
Look, I told you that, it's kind of like the bumblebee that's not supposed to be able to fly but can fly. I know what happens when you shoot a gun in somebody's mouth or shoot a gun with a person's head. And I know the blood comes out and it goes 4, 5, or 6 feet. I am not a physicist and I cannot do the calculations to tell you why. But I know what happens. I know the blood goes there because I've seen the blood. Now,
at this point, Your Honor, the question has either been answered, or I don't know if it has, but everything else would be non-responsive.
I think he's answered the question.
Thank you. Let's talk for one quick second. Again, I don't want to belabor this point, Dr. Di Maio, but let's talk about those pressures Mr. Plourde asked you about, the chamber pressure versus the muzzle pressure versus the pressure inside Lana Clarkson's mouth. Now, you've told us that the chamber pressure of a Colt 38 is somewhere between 15 and 20,000 PSI, correct?
yes, sir.
The muzzle pressure drops down drastically once the bullet moves from point A to point B into the barrel down to 5,000 PSI, correct?
Yes.
So it sheds 2/3 of its pressure just from moving from the chamber to the barrel, about, I don't know, half an inch, correct?
Right, taking into account the cylinder gap, too.
Correct. And then, when the bullet leaves the barrel, I'd like you to tell this jury exactly what the mouth pressure of the gases in Lana Clarkson's mouth was after those gases have left the muzzle. Can you tell us that?
That question was asked, and I told you, no, I can't tell you, and no one else can.
It
But we
cannot
know
be
that
answered,
the
can it?
pressure was sufficient to throw the teeth fragments or the 10, 15 feet. So we know that what the pressure can do with the fragments from the caps.
Yeah.
So there is sufficient pressure to drive things a long distance.
And of course, Doctor, that takes into consideration the fact that gas finds its own medium. In other words, gas will expand at an equal rate in all directions, correct? It's not discriminating.
Right.
Is that right?
Except, well, okay, in all directions, but of course it's going to, if you have open orifices such as the nostrils and mouth, it's going to be directed towards there to escape. And that's why if you stick a pin in the balloon, the gas escapes.
And the pressure in the mouth, the way that the gas dissipates in the mouth, it's almost instantaneous, correct?
Oh, yes.
I mean, it happens that quick.
Yes,
Done. As soon as the gun is fired, it's done, correct?
Yes, sir.
And gas is not discriminating, correct? As far as the direction it goes.
That's correct.
And you're aware that of the 32 teeth in Miss Clarkson's head, the other 30 were not broken. Is that right?
Right. I don't expect them to be broken.
Thank you. Let me ask you this real quick. With regard to the tissue on the jacket that Mr. Plourde asked you about, there was one thing that I am curious about. You indicated that part of your analysis or your conclusion was based on the fact that there was some tissue on Miss Clarkson's buttons, correct?
Yes.
I'd like you, if you wouldn't mind, and I'm not asking you to look at anything, Doctor,
Right. Okay.
okay?
Yes.
All I'd like you to do is, it was her left arm, correct?
I'm
sorry,
not sure.
left
I don't.
sleeve.
Left sleeve. Well, it's the buttons there. Yes,
The
sir.
buttons on the left sleeve, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have buttons on your left sleeve?
Yes,
right
sir.
now. They're about in the same position as the decorative buttons on Ms.
Yes,
Clarkson's
sir.
jacket. Could you raise your sleeve and show the jurors where the buttons were that you took the tissue samples from?
You mean these buttons?
Those
Yes.
buttons right there. That's all I need. May the record reflect, I guess I should indicate for the record, the doctor raised his left arm approximately parallel to the ground and indicated the buttons on the back side of the sleeve, the 3 buttons on the back side of the sleeve.
All right.
Thank you. Doctor, I just have a quick final point. At the end of the day, nothing about the blood taken on its own, okay, nothing about the back spatter on Miss Clarkson's hands taken on its own will tell you where her fingers were at the time of the discharge, correct?
Taken from the in isolation. That is correct, sir.
Okay. Nothing about the GSR taken in isolation, taken on its own. Nothing about the GSR on her hands will tell you where her fingers were at the time the GSR was deposited on her hand, correct?
That is correct. Everything taken in isolation, you can explain away. It's
And
the
nothing-
entirety of the picture that makes the conclusion.
And nothing, Dr. Di Maio, about the GSR on Mr. Spector's hands. I must be fair about this. Nothing about that will tell you where his fingers were at the time the GSR was deposited on his hands, correct?
Correct. Everything taken in isolation means nothing. It's when you assemble all the pieces that you get the picture.
Nothing about the tissue that you found on Miss Clarkson's jacket taken on its own will tell you where her fingers were at the time of the time the tissue was deposited on that jacket, correct?
Everything taken by itself doesn't, you can have multiple explanations. It's when you
Okay.
put everything together, you get the picture.
Then let's talk about putting everything together. You're aware of certain objective evidence in this case that you reviewed that no one takes issue with, correct? There are certain objective evidence, or are certain sets of objective evidence that no one takes issue with, correct?
Yes.
For instance, if this took, I'm not trying to trick you, Dr. Di Maio. I'm just asking, like, that it took place in the foyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's talk about a couple of points.
But that's not scientific evidence. That
I'm
has
asking
nothing-
about objective evidence, Dr. Di Maio.
But-
My question was simply, there is certain objective evidence that nobody can take issue with, correct?
Right.
Thank you. I want to talk about a little bit of that objective evidence and ask you if you agree with this. There is certain evidence that you are aware of, having gone over all the notes in this particular case, and that includes the fact that Ms. Clarkson was killed in Mr. Spector's house, correct? For instance.
Objection beyond the scope also.
Overruled, all out.
Is that right?
That she died in the house. That's correct.
All right, using your words, that she died at the hands of Mr. Spector's gun, correct?
That appears to be the case, yes,
That
sir.
the gun appeared to be associated with the bureau. We've talked about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was a holster in the bureau right next to where she died.
Right.
That holster fit the exact make and model of that gun.
And I said I thought the holster was associated with the gun, yes,
Thank
sir.
you. And the gun was loaded with bullets, both plus P and spear ammunition that was associated with other ammunition found at other places in Mr. Spector's house, correct?
Objection, cumulative and argument.
Overruled.
Yes.
And Mr. Spector had invited Ms. Clarkson to come home with him that night. She was not there as a burglar or something. She was there on his invitation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
She was a stranger in his house, correct?
Yes, sir.
She had never been there before.
I assume not.
All right, based on the reports that you
Right.
wrote.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just
Okay, thank you.
crossing
And
the
of course,
T's, dotting the I's.
at the point at which she went into the house, she would have had no way of knowing where any guns or ammunition was, correct?
Assumes fact, not never. This states the testimony.
You have to be very precise with that question.
I can rephrase it. There's nothing in any of the reports that you reviewed to suggest that Ms. Clarkson, at the time she entered the house, would have known where the guns, where any guns were, correct?
That's correct.
Or the fact that there were any guns in the house at all, correct?
That's correct.
Based on your review of all the reports, you are aware that Mr. Spector was, in fact, the resident of that house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would expect, based on your review of the reports, that he would know what was in the house, for instance, where and what guns were around, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that in the foyer area, there was only one open drawer, and that was the drawer with the holster that fits the gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that she was seated right by the back door, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that she was fully clothed when she was seated by the back door, correct?
Well, technically, she wasn't.
Well, let me ask you this. You're
because
aware that
the-
she was wearing the same thing that she had been working in that night?
Right. That's why I said technically, because there was a skirt rolled up in her bag.
And you're aware that, in fact, when she was working at the House of Blues, because you've seen the video, she was wearing the same slip dress as an outer garment?
Right. That's why I said technically. Okay.
All right. With regard to that, she had on the slip dress, she had on the jacket, right?
Yes, sir.
She had on nylons.
Yes, sir.
She even had her shoes on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she had her handbag over her right shoulder, at least looked like it had slipped just off of her right shoulder as she was found, correct?
Yes. It's in a position you would assume that would come when you slip downward on a chair.
And you've already told us that after she was shot, she was immediately dead, correct?
That's correct.
And she would not have been able to move around the house.
That's correct.
But objectively, you're also aware that the blood from Miss Clarkson was found on the doorknob,
Yes, sir.
on the latch bolt,
Yes, sir.
on the banister.
Yes, sir.
Cumulative.
Overruled. I believe when you went into your redirect that you have opened this for a recross. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're aware that Mr. Spector removed his jacket and put it upstairs, or went upstairs and removed his jacket?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that that Mr. Spector actually retrieved a diaper from upstairs, that Curity diaper we've talked about?
Objection. Assumes effect on that.
I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw. You're aware that Mr. Spector, at some point after Ms. Clarkson's death, came in contact with or somewhere retrieved a diaper?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that that diaper was wetted by Mr. Spector?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that blood was deposited on that diaper after it was wetted, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that that Ms. Clarkson's face had been wiped, at least in part?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that there was clotted blood on her face, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There was associated clotted blood from Ms. Clarkson on the diaper?
Yes, sir.
And of course, the diaper was laying by the open toilet.
Yes.
All of those things, objectively, you're aware of, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that Mr. Spector, in fact, was in the residence for some 40 minutes before he was actually arrested, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware, are you not, Doctor, objectively, that there is no evidence that Mr. Spector ever called 911 or called for an ambulance, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that finally the jacket that Mr. Spector had been wearing throughout the evening and that he was seen wearing throughout the evening did in fact have Lana Clarkson's blood spattered on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now those are objective facts that you took into consideration in coming to your conclusions, are they not?
No, sir.
You didn't consider those facts, Dr. Di Maio?
Those facts do not lead to the conclusion as to who held and who fired the gun. They're objective facts, but they have nothing to do with who fired the gun. The determination of who fired the gun is based on the intraoral wound, the tissue fragments on the shoulders and arms, the blood on the hands, and the gunshot residue. Whatever the things that you mentioned really do not tell you who fired the gun. And the whole question in this trial is who fired the gun. And
You just told us, Dr. Di Maio, that taken on its own, the GSR doesn't tell you that, the blood doesn't tell you that, the tissue doesn't tell you that, and the fact that this is an intraoral gunshot wound does not tell you who fired the gun, does it?
but these are objective scientific facts
That don't
relate.
tell you the
Excuse
answer
me,
to the
sir.
question.
Excuse me, you haven't allowed him to answer his.
These are objective scientific facts that help you determine who fired the gun. Whether there's blood on the door or not doesn't tell you who fired the gun. Who fired the gun is determined by the nature and path of the wound, the intraoral nature of it, the gunshot residue, the blood, and the tissue. Everything else may be true, but it doesn't tell you who fired the gun. And that's what the whole trial is about.
And Dr.
Who
Di Maio,
fired the gun?
And Dr. Di Maio, you've just told us, have you not? You've told us once, you've told us twice, you've told us 5 times, have you not? That the GSR, the blood, the intraoral gunshot wound, and the tissue all can be consistent with Ms. Clarkson having her finger on the trigger, and it all can be consistent with Mr. Spector having his finger on the trigger. Correct or not?
When you take,
Is that right or is that wrong, Dr. Di Maio? Right or wrong? It's a simple yes or no question.
that's kind of,
First of all, if you can answer the question, and then if you need to explain it, you'll be given an opportunity.
First of all, can you answer the question? All of that
can
is
answer the
consistent.
quick question, but I need to explain my
Well,
answer.
first, give your answer, and then we're going to allow you to explain.
Yes.
All of that can be consistent with Mr. Spector having fired the weapon, correct?
Yes, if you take each in isolation.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay.
My determination. And that's the only objective evidence. Everything else either doesn't mean anything or you can argue about. You have to stick to the objective scientific evidence.
Is that what you do as a medical examiner, as a pathologist?
That's what I have done since, well, for the last 37, 38 years.
Like, that's what you do?
That's what I do.
You're what?
Actually, thank you. We cross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Subject to recall, thank you for being here. You may step down. Does, do you have other witnesses? Yes. Anybody on the jury need a break? Otherwise, we're just going to go to, we do? Okay, let's take a quick, about 10 minutes max, so we can get some witnesses on. Keep in mind the admonition.
And of course, Clarkson
Excuse
was in that age
me,
group.
again,
correct?
you're interrupting. Unless you think the jury is stupid or something.
You told the jury a half-truth. You didn't indicate the second half of that statement, which the entire scientific community agrees with, Dr. Di Maio, which is gunshot residue will not tell you who fired a weapon, correct?
Right, sir.
And I'm going to try this for about the 5th time now. In your mind, in your expert opinion, Dr. Di Maio, is there proof that he wet his hands on the night of Lana Clarkson's death after she was killed? Do you know what I mean by control group?
I know what you mean, but I don't know if you know what you mean by control group. Control group means...
Said I've read the emails, but you're cherry picking the emails.
Wait, was I cherry picking the emails, doctor? Or were you cherry picking the emails when you didn't tell this jury yesterday in direct examination that you reviewed emails where she was happy and positive and had a bright outlook? Were you cherry picking those?
No, sir.
And of course, Lana Clarkson was in that age group.
Again,
correct?
you're interrupting.
First of all, let me make that determination. Which I have.
You didn't say, and it's also consistent with Miss Clarkson not firing the gun, did you?
No.
Is there any reason you left that out of your testimony, Dr. Di Maio?
Because that's how you testify, consistent with. I mean, it's just, never mind.
This is part of the objective scientific evidence that you told us about, correct?
Well, you had scientific witnesses testifying here when I was present who were not objective, who said things that were absolutely nonsense
Dr.
and
Maio,
did not meet scientific criteria. I know that, but what you're saying is your people. No, I'm not. I'm saying.
Sir.
Okay.
How much have you gotten paid by Mr. Spector so far?
I'd say so far I've charged $26,400.
Is that including today?
No, sir. The longer you talk, the more you're running up the bill.
Right?
You'd have to throw out every single case of rape prosecution in this community if you said, let's throw away probability.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've addressed statistics, let's move on to your report.
Well, let's find the phrase and let's say.
No. I'm not asking you to do some research up on the stand, Dr. Di Maio. I'm asking a simple question.
No, sir, you're manipulating what I said.
Actually, Doctor, I'm just repeating what you said, and I'm asking you about it.
No, sir, you're manipulating what I said.
So in your expert medical opinion as a forensic pathologist, her career was all but ending because she was 40 and basically over the hill and washed up, correct?
This is history.
You indicated that she could have just frozen the action and made the revolver incapable of firing. Isn't that what you said?
Sure, if you want to get it, I'll show you how to do it. It's really
All right.
simple. I've done it.
You're aware that you've done it in terms of having a madman shoving a gun in your face and you just snatched and froze the revolver?
Yeah.
The objection sustained.
Yeah, I did. All I did was I just grabbed the gun and twisted it. They let go, so I didn't break the finger. Actually, the next thing you do, if you want to show them, is you can butt it right in the face. Yeah, I've done it. In fact, I've done it on 2 occasions. I've taken guns away from people.
Question to you is, since I get to ask the questions and you get to answer them, would you, in fact, shade your testimony to benefit one side versus the other?
No, sir. But
that would be inappropriate, correct?
No, sir. But in relation to a previous question, you said you get to ask the questions, and so the other side got the questions, and that's why I answer with what I'm asked. So that proves the point I made before.